Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is That Girl Montana. Look. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey of profound self-discovery, resilience, and the exhilarating pursuit of a life truly lived. This isn't just a story about a girl named Montana, it's an invitation to explore the untamed territories within yourself, to confront the invisible chains that bind you, and to ignite the spark of freedom that yearns to blaze brightly. As we embark on the very first chapter, aptly named Hook, our purpose is simple yet powerful, to grab your attention not with a mere narrative twist, but with the resonant echo of a universal human desire, the deep, inherent longing for freedom. Imagine, if you will, a crisp, starless night, the kind of night where the air itself feels thick with unspoken truths and the promise of a clandestine escape. Picture Montana, our protagonist, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, her breath catching in the icy air as she navigates the treacherous terrain of her confinement. This isn't a comfortable setting, it's a place of restriction, of stifled dreams, of a life meticulously carved out for her by others. Her escape isn't just a physical act of climbing a wall or slipping through a gate, it's a profound, visceral declaration of independence. She isn't merely running away from something, she is running towards a nascent, undefined future, driven by an instinctual hunger for autonomy that pulsates in every fiber of her being. Have you ever felt that surge, that undeniable current of defiance against circumstances that feel too small, too constricting, or simply not right for the expansive spirit you know yourself to be? Perhaps your confinement isn't a literal fence or a locked door, but rather the subtle, insidious binds of societal expectations, the suffocating weight of ingrained fears, or the comfortingly deceptive routine that has slowly eroded your adventurous spirit. Montana's daring escape, born from desperation and fueled by an indomitable will, is a powerful metaphor for the breakout we all, at some point, yearn to make. It's about taking that terrifying leap into the unknown, trusting the strength of your own wings, even when the ground below seems to crumble beneath your feet. This isn't just her story, it's a mirror reflecting your own latent courage, your own unfulfilled desires, and the potential for an escape you might not even realize you've been dreaming of. As we delve into her journey, we'll uncover not just the thrilling narrative, but also the profound psychological underpinnings that can empower you to craft your own narrative of liberation. Let's now reflect on a crucial aspect of this journey, a prerequisite for any true escape: the honest and often uncomfortable introspection required to understand what truly holds you back. It's easy to point fingers at external circumstances, the demanding job, the unsupportive environment, the lack of resources. But often, the most formidable barriers are erected within the intricate architecture of our own minds. Consider for a moment Montana's internal landscape before her great escape. She wasn't simply held captive by physical constraints, she was shackled by the expectations of a community that saw her only as a product of their design, by the whispers of doubt that echoed in her own mind, telling her she wasn't capable, she wasn't strong enough, she didn't deserve more. Her real-world storytelling example isn't just the physical act of running, it's the preceding, agonizing internal battle. She had spent countless nights staring at the ceiling, replaying every perceived failure, every discouraging word, every reason why she should stay. She saw her friends, her peers, settling into the familiar rhythms of their lives, and a part of her wondered if she was simply being foolish, naive, or selfish for wanting something different, something more. The path she considered was fraught with uncertainty, ridicule, and potential failure, and the sheer audacity of her dream felt overwhelming. The physical barriers were real, but the emotional and psychological walls she had to breach within herself were. Montana's real-world storytelling example of commitment isn't just the moment she makes her break, it's the quiet resolve that preceded it, the meticulous planning, the gathering of meager resources, and the unwavering conviction that a different life was not just possible, but essential for her very soul. Picture her in the days leading up to her escape. She didn't just wish for freedom, she decided it was hers to claim. She might have spent hours studying the patterns of her guards, memorizing the creak of a floorboard, or the schedule of the patrols. She would have tucked away bits of food, saved scraps of fabric, or sharpened a makeshift tool. Each of these small, deliberate actions, imbued with profound purpose, solidified her commitment. Her hands might have trembled as she packed a meager bag, her stomach churning with fear, but her eyes, those windows to her determined spirit, would have held an unshakable conviction. She was running towards an unknown future, yes, but more importantly, she was running towards herself, the self she knew she could become, free from the confines that had defined her. Her commitment wasn't born from an absence of fear, but from a profound understanding that the fear of staying was ultimately greater than the fear of venturing forth. She chose the terrifying vulnerability of uncertainty over the slow, agonizing death of her spirit in captivity. That initial surge of courage, that first step into the unlit path, required not only the conviction that she deserved more, but also the deep-seated belief that she possessed the inner fortitude to navigate whatever challenges lay ahead. This wasn't merely impulsive defiance, it was a deeply considered, though terrifying, declaration of intent. Psychologically, the act of commitment is profoundly transformative. When we commit to a journey of self-discovery, we are engaging in a powerful form of cognitive and behavioral reorientation. Cognitively, it involves consciously shifting our mindset from passive acceptance to active agency. We move from asking why me, to what now, and how can I? This shift activates different neural pathways, stimulating areas of the brain associated with problem solving, planning, and reward. Behaviorally, commitment manifests as consistent action, even in the face of setbacks. This is where resilience is forged. Every small step taken towards your defined freedom, every challenge overcome, reinforces the neural circuits associated with achievement and self-efficacy, creating a positive feedback loop that strengthens your resolve. Furthermore, true self-discovery often demands an embrace of vulnerability. It requires shedding old skins, questioning deeply held beliefs, and accepting that you might not have all the answers. This process can be uncomfortable, even disorienting, but it is precisely in this state of openness that genuine growth occurs. The brain, being a pattern-seeking organ, loves predictability. When we commit to self-discovery, we are intentionally disrupting established patterns, forcing our minds to forge new connections, adapt to novel stimuli, and construct new narratives about who we are and what we are capable of achieving. This journey towards becoming often means letting go of the comfortable being, of the familiar identity, in favor of an evolving, authentic self. It's not about finding a fixed endpoint, but about cultivating a perpetual state of growth and exploration. The very act of committing, of saying yes to this unknown path, sends a powerful signal to your subconscious, preparing it for the profound changes that lie ahead and empowering it to seek out solutions and opportunities you might previously have overlooked. So, how can you practically apply this concept of commitment in your own life? First, define your freedom. What does true freedom look like for you, not in vague terms, but with vivid, sensory detail? Is it financial independence, creative expression, emotional liberation, or the freedom to simply be yourself without apology? Write it down, describe it in. Intro. Welcome, discerning listener, to a journey not merely of sound and story, but of spirit and exploration. As your guide through the unfolding tapestry of That Girl Montana, I invite you to step with me across the threshold of time, into an era brimming with both boundless promise and unforgiving peril. For the next 291 minutes, approximately 4 hours and 51 minutes of dedicated listening, we will not simply observe Montana's odyssey, we will endeavor to feel the dust of the trail beneath her boots, to hear the whisper of the winds that shaped her destiny, and to understand the profound courage that propelled her across an untamed American frontier. This isn't just a tale of historical events, it is an intimate glimpse into the very soul of resilience, a narrative woven with threads of hope, hardship, and the relentless pursuit of a future carved from the wilderness. Our task, in this introductory chapter, is to meticulously set the stage, not just for the events that will unfold, but for the profound personal resonance this story is designed to ignite within you. My perspective, as your narrator, is one born of deep admiration for the human spirit's capacity to endure and to thrive against unimaginable odds. I've had the privilege of walking alongside Montana in my own imagination, witnessing her trials and her triumphs, and now it's my distinct pleasure to extend that invitation to you. We are not just recounting history, we are delving into the very essence of human endeavor. Picture, if you will, the vast, unbroken expanse of the American West in a bygone era, a land that simultaneously beckoned with the promise of new beginnings and threatened with the stark reality of isolation and danger. It was a place where every sunrise presented a fresh set of challenges, and every sunset brought with it the quiet contemplation of survival. Montana's journey across this formidable landscape is more than just a physical passage, it's a crucible for the forging of character, a relentless test of will, and a testament to the power of unwavering determination. She is a symbol, in many ways, of all who have ever dared to push beyond the known, to seek out new horizons, both geographical and personal. Through her eyes, we will explore themes of courage, community, loss, and the relentless human drive for self-discovery amidst a backdrop of breathtaking, yet often brutal, natural beauty. Are you ready to venture forth with us? Are you prepared to immerse yourself in a narrative where every decision carries weight, and every step forward is a victory? Let us begin this deep dive into the essence of what it meant to forge a life where maps ended and true grit began. Now, let's prepare ourselves for this immersive experience by first considering two essential elements. The first is to visualize your own personal frontier. What does that phrase evoke within you? For Montana, her frontier was a tangible, geographical expanse, the vast, untamed American West, miles of challenging terrain, unpredictable weather, and encounters with the unknown, both human and natural. But for each of us, the concept of a frontier holds a uniquely personal meaning. It represents that uncharted territory in our own lives, the edge of our comfort zone, the place where growth truly begins. Consider, for a moment, a real-world storytelling example to illuminate this idea. Imagine Sarah, a woman in her late 40s, who has spent her entire career in a stable, comfortable, yet ultimately unfulfilling corporate job. Her personal frontier isn't a physical desert or a mountain range, it's the daunting prospect of leaving that secure existence to pursue her lifelong dream of becoming a baker, opening a small artisanal pastry shop. Her uncharted territory involves the terrifying uncertainty of entrepreneurship, the steep learning curve of a new industry, the financial risks, and the potential for failure. It's the fear of starting over, of being a novice again, of potentially disappointing herself and those around her. The familiar path is safe, predictable, but her heart yearns for the unknown, for the creative freedom and passion that baking ignites within her. She grapples with the equivalent of Montana's perilous river crossings and desolate plains, but for Sarah, These are manifested as business plans, loan applications, market research, and the sheer mental fortitude required to step away from all she's ever known. Her frontier is a deeply emotional and intellectual landscape, a challenge to her identity and her perceived limitations. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly? Because inviting you to visualize your own personal frontier taps into a universal human experience. Psychologically, why is this deliberate preparation so vital for our listening experience? It serves several critical functions. Firstly, it primes your mind for engagement. By consciously deciding to prepare, you signal to your brain that what you are about to undertake is important, worthy of your full attention and investment. This anticipatory priming enhances your receptiveness, making you more likely to process information deeply, connect with characters on an emotional level, and retain the nuances of the narrative. It fosters what psychologists call a flow state, that optimal experience where you are fully immersed in an activity, losing track of time and self, finding deep satisfaction in the challenge. Moreover, preparing yourself mentally helps to minimize distractions. In our hyper-connected world, sustained attention is a rare commodity. By actively preparing, you're building a mental barrier against the myriad pings, alerts, and to-do lists that constantly vie for your focus. This deliberate act of commitment signals that you value this narrative experience, increasing your investment and, consequently, your enjoyment and comprehension. It creates a psychological contract between us, the narrator, and you, the listener. I will offer you a rich, detailed world, and I invite you to join me fully within it. This mutual understanding elevates the listening experience from mere consumption to a shared, immersive journey, allowing the story to resonate on a deeper, more transformative level. It's about creating an optimal environment, both external and internal, for the narrative to flourish within your imagination, ensuring that every word, every sound, every pause contributes to a truly profound encounter. Practically speaking, how can you prepare for this kind of immersive adventure? First and foremost, find a quiet space. Seek out an environment where you can minimize external interruptions, perhaps a comfortable chair by a window, a peaceful walk in nature, or a dedicated listening nook in your home. Inform those around you that you're about to embark on a journey and might be unavailable for a while. Secondly, shed your mental baggage. Before pressing play, take a few deep breaths, consciously release the thoughts of your day, and allow your mind to settle. This isn't about ignoring your responsibilities, but about creating a temporary mental sanctuary for Montana's story. Thirdly, allow your imagination to wander freely. This narrative thrives on vivid mental imagery. Don't just hear the words, see the vast plains, feel the chill of the wind, smell the campfire smoke, and sense the isolation and beauty of the frontier. Be present with Montana's choices, her triumphs, and her tribulations. Open yourself to the stark beauty and harsh realities of her world. Be willing to suspend disbelief and fully invest your emotional energy in her journey. Remember, this is not just a recording, it's an portal. By consciously engaging in these preparatory steps, you are not only honoring Montana's story but also enriching your own experience, ensuring that these 291 minutes become a truly memorable and profoundly impactful encounter with the indomitable human spirit. This is your personal invitation to step into the boots of an adventurer, to feel the weight of an era, and to discover what it truly means to cross a frontier. So, as we draw this introductory chapter to a close, remember these two vital preparatory steps. First, to recognize and connect with your own personal frontier, understanding that Montana's journey, though historical and geographically distinct, echoes the universal human experience of venturing into the unknown. And second, to actively prepare for this immersive adventure, creating both an external and internal environment conducive to deep engagement and profound connection. This isn't just about listening, it's about experiencing, about feeling, about understanding on a level that transcends mere information. For the duration of That Girl Montana, I will be your Steve. Chapter 1, The Outlaw's Daughter. Welcome, my dear listener, to the inaugural chapter of our journey into the heart of the American West, into the soul of a woman forged by fire and resilience. We begin our exploration with Chapter 1, The Outlaw's Daughter, a title that immediately conjures images of wildness, danger, and a spirit untamed. In these moments together, we will not merely recount a story, but delve into the very fabric of identity, purpose, and the indomitable human spirit that defines our heroine, Montana. Our core concept for this foundational chapter is a deep dive into introducing Montana's origins and her inherently untamed spirit. Imagine the sprawling, unforgiving landscapes of the frontier, a place where survival often depended on wits, strength, and a certain disregard for conventional rules. Montana, our protagonist, emerges from this very crucible. She is not merely a product of her environment, but a living embodiment of it, a reflection of the vast, wild beauty and the harsh, demanding realities of her world. Her very name, Montana, whispers of wide open spaces, towering peaks, and an independence as fierce and unyielding as the untamed wilderness itself. Born into a life that danced on the edges of society, shadowed by the reputation of her father, a man known to many as an outlaw, Montana's childhood was far from the quiet comfort of a homestead. Instead, it was an education in survival, a master class in reading the subtle signs of nature, in understanding the language of the wind, and in finding solace in solitude. She learned to ride before she could properly walk, to shoot with an accuracy that belied her tender years, and to trust her instincts above all else. This upbringing, unconventional and undoubtedly challenging, instilled in her a spirit that refused to be confined, a resilience that would become her most potent weapon and her truest North Star. She carries within her the wild heart of the West, a connection to the land that runs deeper than blood, and a stubborn refusal to be defined by the labels others might attempt to affix to her. How many of us, I wonder, carry a similar wildness within, perhaps long dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken? Now, let us turn our attention to the first crucial point that defines not only Montana's initial struggle but also offers a profound lesson for each of us, identifying the labels others have placed upon you. Montana, from her earliest memories, was branded. She was the outlaw's daughter, a phrase that hung in the air like a heavy scent, preceding her, coloring every interaction, shaping every whispered judgment. It was a label not of her choosing, but one imposed by a society quick to condemn based on lineage and circumstance rather than on personal merit. Consider for a moment the weight of such a label. To be constantly seen through the lens of another's perceived transgressions, to have your future shadowed by a past that isn't entirely your own. For Montana, this meant sidelong glances from settlers, doors closed to her in small towns, and the pervasive sense of being an outsider, forever marked by an origin story she couldn't escape. Her father's notoriety, while perhaps lending her a certain formidable aura in some circles, primarily served to isolate her from the conventional paths of womanhood available in her era. She wasn't just Montana, she was the outlaw's daughter Montana, a descriptor that carried with it assumptions of lawlessness, wildness, and an inherent unsuitability for polite society. This was not a label she embraced, but one she was forced to contend with daily, like a persistent burr under her saddle. Let me offer a storytelling example to illustrate this point, drawn from the spirit of Montana's early life. Imagine a scene: Montana, perhaps 10 or 12 years old, rides into a small, dusty frontier town, her buckskin mare kicking up a faint trail of red dust. She needs supplies, perhaps a new rifle cartridge or some dried meat. As she dismounts, her eyes, sharp and observant, catch the subtle shift in the townspeople's demeanor. A woman hurries her child indoors, pulling the little one close, her gaze flicking nervously from Montana's worn buckskins to the glint of the pistol at her hip. A group of men gathered outside the saloon fall silent, their poker game momentarily forgotten, their eyes lingering on her, not with admiration, but with a mixture of suspicion and wary curiosity. The storekeeper, a portly man with a perpetually furrowed brow, serves her with an efficiency that borders on coldness, avoiding eye contact, rushing her out the door. No pleasantries, no small talk, just the transaction. It's not a direct accusation, not a shouted insult, but the insidious, pervasive judgment communicated through body language, through averted gazes, through the palpable chill in the air. In that moment, Montana doesn't need words to understand the label plastered across her unseen: outlaw. Trouble. Not one of us. This unspoken narrative, this collective assumption, often cuts deeper than any spoken word, doesn't it? It plants seeds of doubt and self-consciousness, even in the strongest of souls. From a psychological perspective, why does identifying these external labels matter so profoundly? Because labels, whether positive or negative, whether true or false, possess an extraordinary power to shape our self-perception and, consequently, our behavior. When others consistently label us, especially during formative years, these external judgments can become internalized, transforming into our own inner voice. We might start to believe these labels, even if they contradict our truest selves. This phenomenon is often linked to the concept of the self-fulfilling prophecy. If Montana is constantly treated as an outsider, as dangerous, she might unconsciously begin to embody those traits, not because they are inherently her, but because the world expects them of her. It can lead to a sense of othering, where an individual feels perpetually separate, an alien in their own world. Understanding that these labels originate externally, that they are projections rather than inherent truths, is the first crucial step in reclaiming one's narrative. It allows us to distinguish between who we truly are and the character others have written for us. It's about recognizing the psychological chains before they bind us completely. So, how do we practically apply this wisdom in our own lives? How do we, like Montana, begin to dismantle the invisible shackles of external labeling? Step 1. Take a moment, perhaps with a journal in hand or simply in quiet contemplation, to list every single label, every single descriptor, that you have ever heard attached to your name or your essence. These might be whispers from childhood, pronouncements from authority figures, even self-talk internalized from others' perceptions. Write them all down, without judgment, for now. Were you called shy, too emotional, stubborn, lazy, lucky, or the smart one? Any label, positive or negative, that felt imposed. Step 2. Reflect on their origin and their validity. Where did these labels come from? Who first uttered them? Were they spoken in kindness, in malice, or in ignorance? More importantly, do they truly resonate with your authentic self today? Do they describe the person you know yourself to be, deep down, away from the expectations of others? This isn't about denial, but about critical assessment. Step 3. Challenge negative labels. For those labels that feel restrictive, disempowering, or simply untrue, consciously challenge them. When the inner voice whispers, "You're too sensitive," counter it with, "No, I am deeply empathetic and purse." Each time Montana faced a new hardship and found a way through it, she wasn't just surviving, she was building an internal reservoir of strength, reinforcing neural pathways that favored adaptation and perseverance. This process leverages the incredible neuroplasticity of our brains, allowing us to literally rewire our responses to stress and trauma, turning potential breaking points into launching pads for greater strength. It's about understanding that our capacity to bounce back isn't fixed, but can be continually developed and strengthened throughout our lives. So, how can we cultivate and embrace this potent inner resilience in our own modern lives, much like Montana did in her frontier world? Step 1. Recall past challenges and how you overcame them. Take time to intentionally revisit moments in your life where you faced significant difficulty, perhaps a personal setback, a professional hurdle, or a relationship struggle. Rather than dwelling on the pain, focus on the actions you took, the inner resources you tapped into, and the strategies you employed to navigate that period. Acknowledge your past victories, big or small. They are concrete evidence of your inherent capacity to overcome. Step 2. Identify your coping mechanisms. What are the healthy, constructive ways you deal with stress, disappointment, or fear? Do you seek solitude in nature, like Montana might have? Do you talk to a trusted friend, engage in creative expression, or find solace in physical activity? Knowing your go-to, healthy coping strategies allows you to consciously deploy them when adversity strikes, rather than falling into unhelpful patterns. Step 3. Practice mindfulness and positive self-talk. Resilience is deeply connected to how we speak to ourselves. Mindfulness helps us stay present, reducing anxiety about the future or regrets about the past. Couple this with positive self-talk, replacing self-criticism with encouragement, self-doubt with affirmations of your strength and capability. Instead of "I can't do this," shift to "This is challenging, but I have overcome challenges before, and I will find a way." This internal dialogue is crucial for maintaining optimism and self-efficacy. And step 4, seek and cultivate support systems. Even the most independent individuals, like Montana, benefit from a network of trusted allies. Perhaps for Montana, it was her father's lessons, or the unspoken camaraderie with other outliers who understood her world. For us, it might be family, friends, mentors, or community groups. Knowing you're not entirely alone, that there are people who believe in you and will offer a hand or a listening ear, significantly strengthens your ability to withstand and recover from adversity. Cultivate these relationships intentionally, for they are invaluable anchors in times of storm. In summary, Chapter 1, The Outlaw's Daughter introduces us to Montana not merely as a character in a story, but as a vibrant testament to the power of self-definition and inherent strength. We've explored how the external labels "the outlaw's daughter" sought to circumscribe her identity, and how, in our own lives, similar labels can weigh us down until we consciously identify, challenge, and redefine them. More importantly, we've witnessed the burgeoning of her untamed spirit, a fierce inner resilience forged in the demanding crucible of the frontier. This resilience, born of constant challenge and unwavering self-reliance, offers a powerful blueprint for each of us seeking to tap into our own reservoirs of strength and adaptiveness. As we conclude this chapter, reflect on the seeds Montana's origins plant within her. Her untamed spirit, her keen observation skills, her ability to thrive in challenging environments, and her steadfast independence are not mere traits, they are the very foundations upon which her extraordinary journey will unfold. These are the qualities that will guide her through the wilderness, both external and internal, and prepare her for the trials and triumphs yet to come. with a deeper understanding of WHE. Chapter 2, Flight in the Night. Welcome back, dear listener, to our continuing journey inspired by the spirit of That Girl Montana. In our previous chapter, we began to understand the foundational elements of self-discovery and resilience that define our protagonist, Montana. Now, as we turn the page to Chapter 2, Flight in the Night, we delve into perhaps one of the most pivotal and exhilarating moments of her early life, a thrilling, clandestine escape from a profoundly controlling environment. This chapter isn't just a recount of Montana's physical departure, it serves as a powerful metaphor for the deeply human experience of breaking free, of reclaiming one's autonomy, and embarking on the terrifying yet ultimately liberating path toward independence. Have you ever felt the suffocating grip of an environment that just didn't feel right for you? That subtle, or perhaps not so subtle, pull that kept you from being your authentic self, or worse, actively suppressed your growth and spirit? Montana's flight is a dramatic illustration of such a moment where the urge for self-preservation and the yearning for a life unburdened by external dictates become so overwhelming that inaction is no longer an option. It's about that moment of undeniable clarity when you realize that staying put is more detrimental than taking the colossal risk of leaving. The thrill in such an escape isn't just in the physical act of departure, but in the profound psychological shift it represents, the shedding of old skin, the assertion of self, the audacious belief that a better future is not only possible but deserved. This concept, the thrilling escape from a controlling environment, resonates deeply within the human psyche. We are, by our very nature, beings who seek freedom, growth, and the ability to chart our own course. When these fundamental needs are stifled, whether by oppressive relationships, soul-crushing jobs, or rigid societal expectations, an internal pressure builds. This pressure, much like steam in a sealed pot, will eventually find an outlet. For some, it manifests as quiet rebellion, for others, a slow, methodical disengagement. But for those like Montana, the culmination can be a sudden, audacious break, a literal flight into the unknown, driven by a powerful cocktail of fear, hope, and an unshakable conviction that anything, even the vast emptiness of uncertainty, is preferable to the known confines of control. It's a testament to the indomitable human spirit that even in the face of immense obstacles, the spark of self-determination can ignite a journey toward liberation. It's about finding that inner courage, even when your knees are shaking, to take that monumental first step, or in Montana's case, to make that dash into the cool night air, leaving behind the known for the promise of self-definition. Our first key point, illuminated by Montana's desperate departure, is the crucial ability to recognize toxic environments. This isn't always as straightforward as it sounds, is it? Often, the most insidious forms of control are wrapped in layers of false concern, familial obligation, or professional expectation. They don't always announce themselves with flashing red lights and blaring sirens. Instead, they often seep into our lives subtly, gradually eroding our self-worth, dimming our dreams, and making us question our own perceptions. A toxic environment, whether a home, a workplace, or even a friendship circle, is one that consistently diminishes you, stifles your growth, or undermines your sense of self. It might manifest as constant criticism masked as constructive feedback, a lack of recognition for your efforts, an atmosphere of pervasive negativity, or perhaps even a situation where your boundaries are repeatedly ignored and your needs are consistently unmet. These environments can leave you feeling drained, anxious, perpetually on edge, and strangely enough, often convinced that the problem lies solely within you, rather than with the dynamics of the situation itself. Consider the story of a woman named Sarah. Sarah had dedicated over a decade of her life to a company she initially loved. She was passionate about her work, a diligent employee, and consistently went above and beyond. However, over the years, the company culture shifted dramatically. Her new manager was a micromanaging perfectionist who constantly nitpicked her work, often belittling her in front of colleagues. Projects she spearheaded were often attributed to others, and her suggestions for improvement were consistently dismissed. Sarah found herself working longer hours, experiencing sleepless nights, and dreading Monday mornings. She started doubting her own competence, something she had never done before. Her passion for her career dwindled, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. Her physical health began to suffer, marked by frequent headaches and persistent fatigue. For a long time, Sarah rationalized it, telling herself that all jobs had their challenges, that she needed to toughen up, or that she simply wasn't good enough anymore. This internal narrative, this self-blame, is a classic symptom of a toxic environment at work. It's difficult to see clearly when you're deeply entrenched, isn't it? From a psychological perspective, recognizing a toxic environment is paramount because these surroundings fundamentally erode our sense of self-efficacy and self-worth. When we are consistently subjected to negativity, control, or disrespect, our brains begin to internalize these messages. This process, often subconscious, can lead to chronic stress, anxiety, depression, and even physical ailments. The insidious nature of gaslighting, where your reality is questioned and distorted, can make you doubt your own sanity, trapping you further within the toxic dynamic. Our innate need for belonging and acceptance can make us tolerate unbearable conditions, fearing that leaving might mean being alone or facing an even worse outcome. Over time, individuals in toxic environments can develop learned helplessness, a condition where they cease to try to escape or improve their situation because previous attempts have been met with failure or punishment. Their capacity for joy, creativity, and genuine connection becomes severely impaired. Therefore, the very first step toward liberation is a cognitive one, seeing the situation for what it truly is, peeling back the layers of denial and rationalization, and acknowledging the undeniable impact it's having on your well-being. This recognition is not just an intellectual exercise, it's an emotional awakening, often accompanied by a profound sense of sadness, anger, or even relief. So, how can you practically apply this understanding and begin to recognize the potentially toxic environments in your own life? Start by cultivating a deeper sense of self-awareness. Ask yourself some probing questions. Do I consistently feel drained after interacting with certain individuals or spending time in particular settings? Do I feel diminished or uplifted by the people and places that occupy most of my time? Do my ideas and contributions feel valued, or are they often dismissed or ridiculed? Pay close attention to your body's signals. Chronic tension, unexplained fatigue, persistent headaches, or digestive issues can often be physical manifestations of emotional distress stemming from your surroundings. A powerful tool for self-reflection is journaling. Commit to writing down your thoughts and feelings for 15 to 20 minutes each day, specifically noting moments of discomfort, anxiety, or sadness related to your environment. Document specific incidents, conversations, and the emotional impact they have on you. Look for patterns over time. Are the same themes recurring? Are certain individuals consistently involved in triggering your negative emotions? This objective record can provide undeniable evidence of patterns that your mind might otherwise dismiss or minimize. Furthermore, seek external perspectives. This is crucial because our own lens can be clouded by our investment in the situation, our hopes, or even. The first step often involves a renegotiation of these internal contracts and a reprioritization of one's own needs and aspirations. It's about understanding that true connection and love should support your growth, not stifle it. So, what are some practical, actionable steps you can take to move toward independence, much like Montana's bold departure? Firstly, identify one small, actionable step you can take. Remember Michael's cooking class. It doesn't have to be a grand gesture like quitting your job or severing all ties. It could be researching alternative career paths for 30 minutes each week, saving a small, discrete amount of money specifically for an escape fund, updating your resume, or even just making a phone call to gather information about a course or a new living arrangement. The key is that it's a concrete action that moves you forward, however slightly. Secondly, begin to build a support system. You don't have to navigate this journey alone. Identify trusted allies, friends, family members, or professionals like a therapist or coach, who believe in your independence and who can offer emotional support, practical advice, and a safe space for you to express your fears and hopes. Sharing your intentions, even with just one person, can significantly reduce the burden and provide you with accountability and encouragement when your resolve wavers. Thirdly, consider creating a contingency plan. While focusing on positive outcomes is important, acknowledging potential challenges and having a backup plan can significantly reduce anxiety. What if things go wrong? What's your safety net? This doesn't mean dwelling on negativity, but rather being prepared. This might involve having emergency savings, identifying temporary housing options, or knowing who you can turn to for immediate assistance. This foresight empowers you by giving you a sense of control over potential uncertainties. Finally, visualize your success. Spend time each day imagining yourself living a life that aligns with your true desires. See yourself thriving, feeling free, and experiencing joy in your new independent circumstances. Mental rehearsal can be incredibly powerful in reinforcing your motivation and preparing your mind for the reality of your aspirations. And as you take each small step, remember to celebrate your victories, no matter how minor. Acknowledging your progress reinforces the positive changes you are making and fuels your journey forward. Every tiny act of courage, every boundary asserted, every piece of information gathered, every dollar saved, is a testament to your growing independence and your unwavering commitment to your authentic self. In summary, Chapter 2, Flight in the Night, offers us a profound narrative about liberation. Montana's thrilling escape serves as a powerful reminder of two indispensable truths on the path to self-determination: the absolute necessity of recognizing toxic environments that diminish our spirit and stifle our growth, and the transformative power of taking that daunting yet exhilarating first step toward independence. We've explored how insidious control can be, often masked by familiar comforts or societal expectations, and how crucial it is to listen to our inner voice and the signals our body sends us when our environment is no longer serving our highest good. We've also delved into the psychological courage it takes to overcome the inertia of the familiar, the fear of the unknown, and the binds of loyalty or guilt, all to take that initial, brave stride into a future that is truly our own. Just as Montana plunged into the darkness of the night, driven by an unshakable resolve for a better dawn, so too can we find the strength within ourselves to identify our own restrictive environments and to begin crafting our own escape. Whether your journey requires a physical departure, a quiet boundary setting, or a complete redefinition of your relationships and aspirations, remember that the power to choose, to reclaim your narrative, resides firmly within you. The road ahead may present Chapter 3, The New Horizon. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 3 of That Girl Montana, aptly titled The New Horizon. In this pivotal chapter, we embark on a profound journey, one that resonates deeply within the human spirit, the act of entering unknown territory and, perhaps more importantly, the courageous process of overcoming the inherent fear of the unfamiliar. It's a moment of profound transformation, a point in life where the comfort of what you've always known gives way to the exhilarating, albeit sometimes terrifying, expanse of what could be. Think of it as standing on the precipice of a vast, uncharted landscape, a place where the air smells different, the light casts new shadows, and every step taken is a venture into uncharted personal geography. This isn't just about physical relocation or a change in circumstances, it's an internal recalibration, a conscious decision to shed the skin of your past self and step into a future that you are actively creating. We all encounter these thresholds, don't we? Whether it's starting a new job, moving to a different city, ending a significant relationship, or simply pursuing a dream that feels utterly daunting, the sensation is universally similar, a thrilling tremor of excitement mingled with a chilling wave of apprehension. Our instinct, often, is to retreat to the familiar, to cling to the safety of what we understand, even if what we understand is no longer serving us. But true growth, genuine evolution of the self, demands that we lean into that discomfort. It asks us to recognize that the very edges of our known world are precisely where the most profound discoveries about ourselves and our capabilities are waiting to be made. It's about cultivating a mindset where the unknown is not perceived as a threat, but rather as an invitation to expand, to learn, to redefine the boundaries of our own potential. This chapter, then, is a guide to navigating that exhilarating and sometimes daunting journey, providing you with the wisdom to not only step bravely into your new horizon, but to truly thrive within it. Our exploration of this profound shift begins with a crucial first step, a foundational principle for anyone standing at the edge of their own new beginning, the art of embracing the unknown. What does it truly mean to embrace something that, by its very definition, is outside the realm of your experience? It's more than just accepting it, it's about leaning into it with curiosity, with an open heart, and with a preparedness to learn and adapt. Consider the story of a woman named Clara. For 15 years, Clara had been a respected architect in a bustling metropolis, her days filled with blueprints, client meetings, and the satisfying hum of a well-oiled professional life. Yet, beneath the veneer of success, a quiet longing stirred within her. She dreamt of working with her hands, of creating tangible beauty, not just designing it on paper. The idea of leaving her established career, her comfortable salary, her familiar routine, to pursue woodworking in a remote, small town where she knew no one, was utterly terrifying. Her mind conjured worst-case scenarios: financial ruin, loneliness, the crushing weight of regret. For months, she wrestled with this internal conflict, the known offering a seductive security, the unknown whispering promises of fulfillment. But eventually, the whisper became a roar she could no longer ignore. She made the audacious decision. She sold her apartment, packed her life into a small moving truck, and relocated to a quaint coastal town, enrolling in an intensive woodworking apprenticeship. The first few months were indeed challenging. The tools felt foreign in her hands, the intricate techniques often led to frustrating mistakes, and the rhythm of small-town life was a stark contrast to the urban pulse she was accustomed to. She felt awkward, vulnerable, and often out of her depth. Yet, with each splintered piece of wood, each patient stroke of the sander, each new friend she hesitantly made at the local market, a new sense of self began to emerge. She was no longer just Clara the architect, she was Clara, the woodworker, the community member, the learner. She realized that the fear hadn't vanished entirely, but it had transformed. It became a compass, guiding her towards opportunities for growth, pushing her past perceived limitations, and ultimately leading her to a profound sense of purpose and joy she hadn't known was possible. Her story is a testament to the transformative power of taking that leap, of choosing to confront the unknown not as an enemy, but as a fertile ground for reinvention. Now, let's delve into the psychological underpinnings of why embracing the unknown is so profoundly important for our well-being and personal evolution. Our brains, magnificent as they are also wired for survival. They prioritize predictability and safety. When faced with the unknown, the amygdala, our brain's alarm system, lights up, triggering a cascade of stress hormones. This is why we often experience anxiety, a racing heart, or a strong desire to avoid novel situations. It's a primal response, a remnant from a time when the unfamiliar genuinely posed existential threats. However, in our modern world, while some unknowns are indeed dangerous, many are simply opportunities for growth disguised as challenges. When we consistently retreat from the unfamiliar, we inadvertently reinforce a neural pathway that equates novelty with danger. This creates a self-fulfilling prophecy, narrowing our comfort zone to the point where even minor deviations from routine can induce significant stress. Conversely, when we consciously choose to engage with the unknown, even in small doses, we begin to rewrite this narrative. We teach our brains that new experiences can be exciting, rewarding, and ultimately safe. This process builds resilience, broadens our cognitive flexibility, and strengthens our sense of self-efficacy, our belief in our ability to succeed in specific situations. Each successful navigation of an unfamiliar situation deposits a little more confidence into our emotional bank, making the next unknown territory less daunting. Moreover, the unknown forces us to adapt, to problem-solve creatively, and to tap into latent strengths we might not even know we possess. It expands our perspective, challenging preconceived notions and opening our minds to diverse possibilities. It allows us to move beyond the limitations of our past experiences and truly discover who we are capable of becoming when unburdened by the familiar. It is, in essence, an exercise in radical self-trust. So, how do we practically apply this principle of embracing the unknown in our daily lives, transforming it from a daunting concept into an actionable strategy? First, begin by identifying your specific fear points. What exactly about this new horizon makes you apprehensive? Is it the fear of failure, the fear of loneliness, the fear of judgment, or the fear of success itself? Naming your fears gives you power over them. It allows you to address them directly rather than being paralyzed by a vague sense of dread. Write them down, acknowledge them, and then, without judgment, begin to dissect them. Second, adopt the strategy of taking small, manageable steps forward. Don't feel compelled to make a grand, dramatic leap if it feels overwhelming. If you're considering a new career, start by taking an online course, networking with someone in that field, or volunteering a few hours a week. If you're moving to a new city, research neighborhoods, join local online groups, or plan a weekend visit. Each small step is a victory, building momentum and confidence without triggering your brain's full-blown panic response. Third, engage in positive visualization. Before stepping into an unfamiliar situation, take a few moments to vividly imagine yourself successfully navigating it. Picture T. Furthermore, our past relationships, even those that were loving, can sometimes exert an unconscious pull, shaping our current decisions based on outdated expectations or roles we once played. When we fail to set boundaries, we allow these old narratives and influences to bleed into our new experiences. We might find ourselves replicating old patterns, seeking validation from those who can't provide it, or sabotaging new successes out of a deep-seated fear of straying too far from our accustomed identity. Setting boundaries is an act of self-definition. It's a declaration that while you respect your history and acknowledge its role in shaping you, you are no longer passively defined by it. You are the author of your present and future. It's about protecting your nascent growth, safeguarding your evolving self from the gravitational pull of what was, and consciously deciding what emotional and energetic resources you will allocate to your new journey. This process fosters emotional independence, enhances self-awareness, and reinforces a sense of agency over your own life story. It allows you to integrate the wisdom of your past without being trapped by its limitations, creating a powerful synergy between who you were and who you are becoming. Let's explore some practical steps for establishing these crucial boundaries with your past, enabling you to build a future unencumbered by yesterday's shadows. First, identify the specific past influences that are hindering your progress. Take an honest inventory. Is it a particular negative experience you keep replaying? A critical voice from a parent or former partner? A habit formed in a previous environment that no longer serves you? Be specific, because you cannot set boundaries around something vague. Second, clearly define your new identity and values. Who do you want to be in this new horizon? What principles will guide your decisions? When you have a strong, clear vision of your desired self, it becomes much easier to identify what from your past aligns with that vision and what does not. This new identity acts as your personal filter. Third, practice clear communication, both with others and with yourself. If a family member consistently brings up your past failures, you might gently but firmly say, "I appreciate your concern, but I'm choosing to focus on my future now. I'd love your support in that." More importantly, internally, challenge those old narratives when they arise. Remind yourself, that was then, this is now. I am different, and I am capable. Fourth, consider creating physical or emotional distance from triggers. If certain places, people, or even social media connections consistently pull you back into old thought patterns, it might be necessary to limit your exposure. This doesn't mean cutting people off permanently, but it could mean reducing contact, muting notifications, or even refraining from visiting certain locations for a period, allowing you space to solidify your new path. Fifth, cultivate new routines and habits that reinforce your new identity and goals. If your past involved procrastination, introduce a new morning routine focused on productivity. If your past involved unhealthy relationships, prioritize self-care and activities that bring you joy and peace. These new habits become the scaffolding for your new self, making it harder for old patterns to re-establish themselves. Sixth, engage in self-forgiveness and, where appropriate, forgiveness of others. Holding on to resentment or guilt ties you to the past. While not always easy, the act of releasing these emotional burdens can be incredibly liberating, creating significant mental and emotional space for your new beginning. It's about letting go, not forgetting, but releasing the emotional charge. Finally, understand that boundaries are not impenetrable walls, but rather dynamic filters. They are designed to protect your present and future, allowing you to selectively draw from the wisdom of your past while preventing its limiting aspects from encroaching on your growth. This process is on. Chapter 4, A Stranger in Town. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 4 of That Girl Montana, aptly titled A Stranger in Town. As we turn this page, or rather, as we journey deeper into Montana's unfolding story, we encounter a theme that resonates deeply within us all: the profound experience of finding ourselves in entirely new surroundings, navigating the intricate dance of observation, assimilation, and ultimately, self-discovery. Have you ever felt that unsettling yet exhilarating sensation of stepping into an unknown world, a place where the air feels different, the sounds are unfamiliar, and every face holds a story yet to be deciphered? That, my friends, is precisely where we find our protagonist, Montana, at this pivotal moment. Our core concept for this chapter centers on Montana's struggle, her very human endeavor, to blend in, to understand, and to eventually find her footing in this novel environment. It's a universal narrative, isn't it? Whether we are moving to a new city, starting a different job, entering a new relationship, or simply encountering a novel challenge, the initial instinct is often to orient ourselves, to gauge the lay of the land, and to figure out where we belong within its intricate tapestry. Montana's journey isn't merely about physical relocation, it's about a profound internal recalibration, a process of shedding old skins and adapting to new realities. This isn't just a story element, it's a mirror reflecting our own experiences of navigating change, of confronting the unfamiliar, and of finding our unique rhythm in a world that often demands conformity. How do we, too, find our bearings when the compass of our lives seems to spin wildly in uncharted territory? How do we make a new place feel like home, or at least, like a place where we can survive and perhaps even thrive? We're going to delve into two crucial facets of this experience, two key points that are absolutely vital for anyone, including Montana, grappling with the challenge of being a stranger in town. Firstly, we'll explore the critical importance of observing your new surroundings with an almost anthropological precision. And secondly, we'll examine the surprising power and comfort that can be found in the very state of being an outsider. These aren't just passive concepts, they are active strategies, tools for resilience, and pathways to genuine connection, even when connection feels impossibly distant. Let's begin with our first crucial point, the profound necessity of observing your new surroundings. Imagine, if you will, Montana stepping off that dusty stagecoach, the late afternoon sun casting long, unfamiliar shadows across a street that is utterly alien to her. The air itself feels different here, carrying the mingled scents of freshly sawn timber, the earthy aroma of horses, and perhaps a faint, metallic tang from a distant forge or mine. The town itself is not vast, a modest cluster of wooden buildings huddled together, yet it pulses with a rhythm she cannot quite discern, a secret language spoken in hushed tones and hurried footsteps. She doesn't just glance, she observes. She notices the way a woman in a faded calico dress haggles fiercely over the price of turnips, her voice a rapid-fire cadence of local dialect, her hands gesturing with an emphatic precision. She sees a group of men, their faces weathered by sun and toil, their hats pulled low, erupting in boisterous laughter outside a saloon, their voices raspy with the telltale signs of frontier life. Montana doesn't simply see these individual scenes, she absorbs them as pieces of a larger puzzle. She observes the quick, almost imperceptible glances exchanged between townspeople, glances laden with unspoken history, shared understanding, and perhaps, a touch of suspicion towards a newcomer. She pays attention to the way they move, the practical purpose in every step, the way they hold their hands, whether they are clasped in front, tucked into pockets, or resting casually on hips, each posture a subtle communication of their comfort or unease in this environment. It's all new data, a complex, wordless language she must learn, not through dictionaries or grammars, but through her heightened senses, through her eyes and ears, and an almost intuitive sense of caution born of her unique past. She identifies the hopeful glint in some eyes, a spark of ambition or optimism, contrasting sharply with the weary resignation in others, the heavy burden of a life lived hard. She perceives the underlying current of survival that permeates every interaction, a collective understanding that life here is not soft or easy. She scrutinizes the subtle differences in clothing, the pragmatic wear and tear on boots, the functional cut of a coat, each detail reflecting a life of practical necessity and unwavering resilience. This isn't like anywhere she has been before, it demands a different kind of attention, an elevated state of awareness, a constant, silent inquiry into the unspoken rules of this new world. From a psychological perspective, why does this intense observation matter so profoundly? Because it is the fundamental process of pattern recognition, the bedrock of human understanding and adaptation. When we arrive in a new place, our brains are in overdrive, frantically collecting data points to construct a mental map, not just of physical space, but of social dynamics. This initial phase of intense observation serves several critical purposes. Firstly, it's a form of threat assessment. We're instinctively scanning for safety, identifying potential dangers, and understanding the boundaries of acceptable behavior. Are these people friendly? Are they suspicious? What are the unwritten rules of engagement? Secondly, it aids cultural assimilation. Every community, every town, every new group has its own unique microculture, its own set of norms, values, and expectations. By observing, Montana begins to decipher this cultural code. She learns how people interact, what topics are considered appropriate for public discourse, what social hierarchies might exist, and how conflicts are typically resolved. This understanding reduces anxiety, transforms the unknown into the knowable, and makes the alien feel a little less menacing. Without this crucial phase of data collection, assimilation is haphazard at best, fraught with missteps and misunderstandings. It's about building an internal compass for social navigation, a guide to help her move through this new world with greater confidence and fewer social faux pas. It's the silent education that precedes any meaningful action. Now, for you, our discerning listener, how can you practically apply this insight in your own life, whenever you find yourself a stranger in a new environment? The first step is to practice active observation. This means going beyond mere looking and engaging in deliberate, focused seeing. Make a conscious effort to notice 5 new things every day, things you might normally overlook. Perhaps it's the specific architecture of a building, the way people queue at a coffee shop, the types of advertisements displayed, or the common expressions on P. Secondly, it reduces the pressure to conform, which can be immensely liberating. Without the immediate social obligations and expectations that come with being an insider, there's a unique freedom to explore your authentic self, to experiment with new ways of being, and to define your identity on your own terms. This can lead to profound self-discovery, unveiling strengths and interests you might not have known you possessed. Thirdly, being an outsider often encourages a deeper sense of self-reliance and resourcefulness. When you don't have an immediate support network, you learn to trust your instincts, to solve problems independently, and to cultivate an inner resilience that serves you well in all aspects of life. Finally, and perhaps most profoundly, the outsider's perspective is often a unique one. It's the viewpoint of a fresh pair of eyes, unjaded by familiarity, capable of spotting innovations, inefficiencies, or beauty that those immersed in the daily routine might simply overlook. This can lead to creative solutions, innovative ideas, and a richer understanding of complex situations. It is, in essence, about reframing a perceived weakness, the lack of belonging, into a powerful, multifaceted strength, a unique lens through which to view the world. It's recognizing that sometimes, the most insightful observations come from those who stand just outside the circle, observing the dance with a clear, discerning gaze. So, how can you, our astute listener, Practically apply this idea of finding comfort in being an outsider in your own life. The first step is acknowledging and embracing your unique perspective. Instead of viewing your outsider status as a deficit, recognize it as a distinct advantage, a lens through which you see things differently. Actively seek out opportunities where your unique viewpoint can be valuable. Perhaps in a meeting, you might offer an idea that hasn't been considered because you're not constrained by the group's historical assumptions. Secondly, use your outsider status as a catalyst for growth. See this period as a temporary phase, a cocoon for self-discovery. Journal about your feelings of disconnect, but then challenge yourself to find positive interpretations. What new skills are you developing? What unexpected freedoms are you discovering? How is your perspective expanding? This isn't about wallowing in loneliness but actively transforming it into a period of rich personal development. Thirdly, seek out others who might also feel like outsiders. Sometimes, the most profound connections are formed between individuals who share a similar sense of otherness, creating a new kind of belonging based on shared experiences rather than pre-existing social structures. Remember that being an outsider doesn't mean you will always be an outsider. It's often a transitional phase, a unique vantage point from which to observe, learn, and then thoughtfully decide how and where you wish to engage. It's about empowering yourself to choose your level of involvement, rather than feeling excluded. Embrace the freedom that comes with not being bound by expectations, and use that freedom to shape your identity and your future connections on your own terms. As we bring this chapter to a close, remember Montana's journey into a new town, a new life. Her ability to observe her new surroundings meticulously and her capacity to find a unique strength in her initial outsider status are not mere plot points, they are essential survival mechanisms, psychological tools for navigating uncharted territory. They are lessons for all of us, whether we are moving to a new country, starting a new chapter in our careers, or simply facing a significant life change. The act of keen observation empowers us with understanding, transforming the bewildering into the navigable. The embracing of our outsider perspective, even if temporary, grants us critical distance, fostering independence, self-discovery, and a unique clarity that insiders often miss. Montana's story, as it unfolds, will continue to illustrate how these innate. Chapter 5, The Whisper of the Wind. Welcome back, dear listener, to That Girl Montana, where we continue our journey into the essence of a life lived authentically and in harmony. In this chapter 5, we're going to delve into a truly profound and often overlooked aspect of human existence, the whisper of the wind. This isn't merely a poetic title, it's a metaphor for something deep within us, and all around us, that offers guidance, peace, and clarity, if only we learn to tune in. Our core concept for this chapter is nothing less than the art of connecting with nature and, through that connection, finding profound inner peace. Have you ever noticed how, after a particularly stressful week, a simple walk in a park or by the ocean seems to magically melt away the tension in your shoulders? How the vastness of the sky or the intricate pattern of a leaf can pull you out of your incessant mental chatter. That, my friends, is the power of nature at work, gently coaxing us back to our truest selves. That girl Montana, in her very being, embodies this seamless connection. She doesn't just visit nature, she is nature, in a way, living in such profound synchronicity with the earth that her inner world mirrors the tranquility of a pristine forest. She reminds us that this deep connection isn't a luxury, but a fundamental human need, a pathway to mental clarity, emotional resilience, and spiritual grounding. In our bustling, always-on world, we are constantly bombarded by external stimuli, notifications, deadlines, social media feeds, the endless hum of traffic. Our senses are overstimulated, our minds perpetually racing, often leaving us feeling fragmented and overwhelmed. It's as if we're sailing a small boat in a storm, completely forgetting that there's a tranquil harbor awaiting us, one that exists both in the external world and within our own hearts. This chapter is an invitation to rediscover that harbor, to learn how to actively seek it out, and to cultivate a relationship with it that can sustain us through any tempest. Our first key point, intrinsically linked to the whisper of the wind, is the simple yet incredibly potent act of spending time in nature. It sounds so obvious, doesn't it? Yet, how many of us genuinely prioritize it? How many of us intentionally carve out moments, not just for exercise, but for pure, unadulterated communion with the natural world? Think about it. When was the last time you truly sat beneath a tree and just listened? Not to music, not to a podcast, but to the rustle of the leaves, the chirping of birds, the subtle murmur of the earth itself? Let me share a story. Imagine Elias, a brilliant architect living in the heart of a vibrant metropolis. His days were a relentless cycle of client meetings, design reviews, and the constant pressure of innovation. He thrived on the energy of the city, or so he told himself. But beneath the surface, a gnawing fatigue was setting in. His creativity felt stifled, his decisions clouded by a persistent low-grade anxiety. One weekend, utterly drained, he impulsively drove out to a national park, a place he hadn't visited since childhood. He chose a hiking trail, not a strenuous one, but one that wound through ancient woods and along a bubbling stream. He left his phone in the car, a radical act for him. Initially, his mind raced, replaying conversations, drafting emails. But as he walked, his pace gradually slowed. He noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. He became aware of the earthy scent of damp soil and pine needles. He stopped by the stream, watching the water dance over smooth stones, its rhythmic gurgle a natural symphony. For the first time in what felt like years, his mind went quiet. The incessant chatter subsided, replaced by a profound sense of stillness. It wasn't an effort, it just happened. In that quietude, an elegant solution to a complex design problem that had been plaguing him for weeks simply presented itself, clear and undeniable, like a perfectly formed thought bubble floating to the surface of still water. He didn't think his way to it, he allowed it to emerge from a space of calm. What's happening here, from a psychological perspective, is nothing short of transformative. When we immerse ourselves in nature, we engage what scientists call the default mode network in our brains differently. Our prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for problem solving and focused attention, gets a much needed break. This allows our minds to wander in a more relaxed, associative way, fostering creativity and insight. Exposure to natural environments has been scientifically proven to reduce levels of cortisol, the primary stress hormone, and lower blood pressure. It boosts our immune system, too, thanks to compounds called phytoncides released by trees. Beyond the physiological, there's a deeply spiritual and existential comfort. We are part of something larger than ourselves. The trees have stood for centuries, the rivers flowed for millennia. Our problems, while real, become contextualized within this grander, more enduring tapestry. This grounding effect helps to silence the ego's clamor, allowing our innate wisdom, our true selves, to surface. It's an act of deep self-care, a recalibration of our internal compass. It reminds us that we are not separate from life, but an integral part of its unfolding beauty. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? It doesn't mean you have to move to a cabin in the woods tomorrow. Start small, but be intentional. Could you take your morning coffee out onto your balcony or porch, simply observing the sky and any nearby greenery? Could you take a 10-minute walk in a local park during your lunch break, consciously leaving your phone in your bag? What about cultivating a small herb garden on your windowsill, or even just keeping a vibrant plant in your workspace? Forest bathing, a practice originating in Japan known as Shinrin-yoku, doesn't require a forest, it simply asks you to open your senses to nature. Touch the bark of a tree, feel the texture of a leaf, listen to the different sounds, notice the nuances of color. Make it a regular ritual, not a once-a-year vacation. Even looking out of a window at a natural scene can have a measurable positive effect on your mood and concentration. The key is to engage, not just to observe passively. Allow your senses to drink it all in. Let the wind literally whisper through your hair and touch your skin, carrying with it a sense of connection and belonging. This leads us seamlessly to our second vital key point, one that is often nurtured by quiet time in nature, learning to listen to your intuition. The whisper of the wind isn't just external, it's also an internal echo, a gentle nudge from your deepest self, often referred to as your gut feeling, your inner voice, or intuition. In a world that prizes logic, data, and external validation, how often do we truly pause to consult this inner oracle? And more importantly, how often do we trust it? Consider the story of Clara, a talented graphic designer who was presented with 2 job offers. One was from a prestigious, well-established agency known for its cutting-edge work and high-profile clients. On paper, it was the dream job: excellent salary, incredible benefits, and a clear path for advancement. Everyone she spoke to, her mentors, her parents, her friends, encouraged her to take it without hesitation. The other offer was from a much smaller, fledgling startup focused on sustainable design solutions, working with local community projects. The pay was modest, the benefits less flash. Chapter 6: Making Allies. Welcome back, dear listener, to That Girl Montana. As we journey through Montana's world, we've seen her strength, her resilience, and perhaps a touch of her fierce independence. But as anyone who has navigated life's complex tapestry can attest, even the most formidable individuals rarely achieve greatness in solitude. In fact, true strength often lies not just in self-reliance, but in the wisdom to seek and embrace the support of others. This brings us to a pivotal moment in our narrative, and indeed, in our own lives. Chapter 6: Making Allies. This chapter delves deeply into the crucial, yet often challenging, core concept of building trust with new, supportive characters. It's about the transformation from standing alone to recognizing the immense power of a reliable network, a true circle of friends and confidants who lift you up, offer different perspectives, and stand by you when the path gets rugged. Think about it: have you ever felt the weight of the world on your shoulders, only to have a friend step in and lighten the load, even just by listening? That profound sense of relief, that shared burden, is precisely what we're exploring here. For a character like Montana, who may have built walls around herself out of necessity or habit, learning to dismantle those defenses, even brick by careful brick, is a monumental step toward not just survival, but true flourishing. It's about understanding that vulnerability isn't a weakness, but a gateway to deeper, more meaningful connections that ultimately make us stronger, more adaptable, and infinitely more capable of facing whatever life throws our way. It's about moving beyond mere acquaintance to forging bonds that can withstand the test of time and adversity, creating a rich social capital that serves as a powerful resource in all facets of life. Now, how do we begin this vital process? Our journey in making allies begins with two essential key points. First, we must learn to identify trustworthy individuals, discerning those who genuinely wish us well from those who might inadvertently or even purposefully lead us astray. And second, having made that crucial identification, we must then bravely open up to new friendships, allowing ourselves to be seen, to be known, and to truly connect. Let's explore these points in detail. The first critical step in building a supportive network is to identify trustworthy individuals. This isn't always as straightforward as it sounds, is it? Sometimes, the most charming smiles hide the shakiest intentions, while quiet strength can often go unnoticed. How do we truly spot someone who will be a genuine ally, a person of integrity and steadfast support, someone who will truly have our back? Consider for a moment the enduring tale of Bilbo Baggins and Gandalf in J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. Bilbo, initially a reluctant, comfort-loving hobbit, found himself pulled into an adventure largely orchestrated by Gandalf. What made Gandalf trustworthy? It wasn't just his powerful magic, but his consistent actions. He appeared when needed, offered guidance, pushed Bilbo out of his comfort zone for his own good, and, most importantly, he never abandoned him, even when Bilbo doubted himself or wished to turn back. Gandalf saw potential in Bilbo that Bilbo himself couldn't yet perceive, and he invested in that potential with patience and unwavering belief. He wasn't perfect, he certainly had his enigmatic moments, but his core intent was always geared towards the greater good and the safety of his companions. Similarly, in a more modern context, think of a mentor in a new job. They might challenge you, ask tough questions, or give you tasks that stretch your abilities. While initially uncomfortable, their consistent effort to guide your growth and celebrate your successes signals their trustworthiness. They don't just tell you what you want to hear, they tell you what you need to hear, always with your best interest at heart. Psychologically speaking, identifying trustworthiness is deeply rooted in our innate need for security and belonging. This fear is a protective mechanism, designed to prevent emotional pain. However, overcoming this fear unlocks an incredible reward system. When we share a piece of ourselves, and that sharing is met with acceptance, understanding, and reciprocal openness, our brains release dopamine and oxytocin, creating a powerful sense of connection and well-being. This positive feedback loop encourages further engagement and deepens the bond. Moreover, opening up allows us to process our own thoughts and feelings more effectively. Articulating our experiences to a trusted friend can provide clarity, validation, and fresh perspectives, which is crucial for emotional intelligence and personal growth. Loneliness, on the other hand, is not just an emotional state, it has profound physiological consequences, impacting our immune system, increasing stress hormones, and even shortening lifespan. Actively cultivating friendships is, therefore, a vital act of self-care. It builds resilience, providing a buffer against life's inevitable challenges, and enriches our daily experience with shared joy and understanding. So, how can we practically apply this, and how could Montana begin to let people in? First, initiate conversations. It sounds simple, but sometimes the hardest part is just saying hello. Ask open-ended questions that invite more than a yes or no answer, showing genuine curiosity about the other person. Second, share appropriate personal details gradually. You don't have to spill your life story on the first meeting, but sharing a hobby, a minor challenge you're facing, or a light-hearted anecdote creates an opportunity for connection and reciprocal sharing. Third, be present and engaged. When you're with a potential ally, put away distractions, make eye contact, and truly listen to what they're saying. Show that you value their time and their input. Fourth, offer help and, crucially, accept help. Friendship is a two-way street. Offering assistance when someone is in need demonstrates your commitment, and allowing others to help you signals that you trust them and value their contribution, which in turn deepens their investment in the friendship. And fifth, be patient. True friendships aren't built overnight. They are cultivated over time, through shared experiences, consistent effort, and mutual respect. There will be bumps and misunderstandings, but a willingness to communicate and work through them strengthens the bond. In summary, dear listener, Chapter 6, Making Allies, is a profound reminder that our journey, no matter how solitary it may sometimes feel, is enriched and strengthened by the connections we forge. We've explored the imperative of building trust with new, supportive characters, breaking it down into two actionable steps. First, the careful discernment required to identify trustworthy individuals by observing their actions, empathy, and consistency, and second, the courageous act of opening up to new friendships, gradually sharing ourselves, engaging genuinely, and embracing the mutual exchange that deepens bonds. For Montana, this means a shift from an isolated warrior to a leader surrounded by a loyal and capable team, a transformation that will undoubtedly alter the trajectory of her story. And for us, it's a powerful invitation to look around our own lives, identify those who truly uplift us, and then bravely lean into the warmth and strength that genuine connection offers. As we move forward, imagine Montana not just surviving, but truly thriving, not alone, but with a growing network of individuals who believe in her, support her, and challenge her to be her best self. How will these new alliances shape her decisions? What new opportunities will they unlock? In our next chapter, we will see these alliances put into action, exploring how these newfound relationships directly impact Montana's goals and perhaps even redefine her understanding of success itself. Join us then as we uncover the thrilling developments that unfold from Making Allies. Chapter 7, Shadows of the Past. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 7 of That Girl Montana, aptly titled Shadows of the Past. In this pivotal chapter, we delve into a truth that resonates with us all, the enduring, sometimes unsettling, presence of our former selves, and the looming possibility of those echoes catching up. For Montana, this isn't merely a philosophical rumination, it's a tangible, breathless reality. She's built a new life, brick by painstaking brick, carefully constructing a future far removed from the difficult circumstances she once knew. But the past, as we often discover, is not a static entity, it's a living, breathing shadow that can stretch and twist, threatening to engulf the present. This chapter explores the profound concept of a former life, with its inherent dangers and unresolved narratives, beginning to ripple through the carefully cultivated calm of Montana's present existence. Have you ever felt that sensation, that subtle shift in the air, a whisper from a time you thought you'd left behind? It's a universal human experience, isn't it? That deep-seated knowledge that while we can change, grow, and evolve, the chapters of our personal history are irrevocably written, and sometimes, someone or something from those pages decides to revisit the story. For Montana, this isn't just a nostalgic glance backward, it's a potential threat, a force that could unravel all she has fought so valiantly to achieve. We'll explore what it means when the threads of an old tapestry begin to pull at the fabric of a new one, and how one navigates such treacherous terrain. The very air around Montana seems to thicken, hinting at connections she'd thought severed, revealing vulnerabilities she believed were long since sealed. This looming threat isn't just external, it's also deeply internal, prompting her to confront the very foundations of her identity and the choices she has made. How do we hold on to the peace we've forged when the chaos we fled begins to knock on our carefully constructed doors? Our journey through Montana's narrative brings us face to face with a crucial psychological imperative, the necessity of confronting lingering fears. We all carry them, don't we? Those persistent anxieties, those gut reactions, those moments of irrational caution that don't quite seem to fit our current reality, but are deeply rooted in past experiences. For Montana, these aren't just minor trepidations, they are the specters of a life she desperately tried to escape, fears born of genuine peril and hardship. They manifest not just as fleeting worries, but as fundamental instincts, shaping her responses, influencing her decisions, and sometimes, even limiting her potential. They are the subtle flinches, the guarded glances, the automatic walls that rise when specific situations present themselves. Consider, if you will, the story of Clara, a brilliant architect who, years ago, suffered a devastating professional setback when a project she poured her heart into collapsed due to unforeseen structural issues, not entirely of her making, but certainly under her supervision. The public outcry, the media scrutiny, the personal shame, it was immense. She eventually rebuilt her career, becoming even more successful, respected for her meticulous attention to detail and unwavering commitment to safety. Yet, despite her current triumphs, Clara found herself perpetually second-guessing every design choice, triple-checking calculations, losing sleep over minute details that her colleagues would barely consider. She'd developed an almost paralyzing fear of failure, a deep-seated anxiety that every new project held the potential for a repeat catastrophe. This wasn't merely professional diligence, it was an ingrained, almost compulsive need to control every variable, stemming directly from the trauma of her past experience. Her lingering fear wasn't about the present project, but the ghost of the one that failed, casting a long shadow over her current successes, dimming the joy of her accomplishments. Isn't it fascinating how past events can continue to eat? Our brains are wired for survival, and the amygdala, that ancient alarm bell in our limbic system, doesn't always differentiate between a past threat and a current safe situation. When we experience trauma or significant negative events, our brains create strong associative memories. A particular sound, a certain smell, a specific type of interaction, these can all become triggers, instantly transporting us back to the feeling of that original threat, even if the present circumstances are entirely benign. This is why people who have experienced car accidents might flinch at the sound of screeching tires, or why survivors of emotional abuse might react with extreme defensiveness to even mild criticism. These are not weaknesses, they are the body's protective mechanisms working overtime, often to our detriment in a safe environment. By acknowledging and actively confronting these fears, we begin the process of retraining our brains, demonstrating that the past is indeed past, and that the present holds different possibilities. We move from a state of reactive protection to one of proactive healing and integration. Refusing to acknowledge these fears doesn't make them disappear, it merely forces them underground, where they can fester, manifesting as chronic anxiety, self-sabotage, or an inability to form deep connections. It's about shining a light into those dark corners, not to relieve the pain, but to understand its origins and diminish its power over our present. This process, sometimes challenging, is an act of profound self-compassion. It allows us to differentiate between historical fact and current feeling, granting us the clarity to make present-day decisions based on reality, not just the echoes of yesterday's trauma. The liberation that comes from truly seeing and understanding these fears, rather than being controlled by them, is immense. It transforms our relationship with ourselves and with the world, paving the way for a more authentic and unburdened existence, truly allowing us to live in the now. So, how can you, dear listener, begin to confront your own lingering fears, much like Montana must grapple with hers? First, cultivate a practice of mindful self-awareness. When you feel that surge of anxiety, that tightening in your chest, or that sudden urge to retreat, pause. Ask yourself, what is this feeling truly about? Is it a response to an immediate, present danger, or does it echo something from my past? Journaling can be an incredibly powerful tool here. Write down your fears, explore their origins, and articulate how they manifest in your daily life, noticing patterns and triggers. Secondly, consider seeking support. A therapist, particularly one trained in trauma-informed care or cognitive behavioral therapy, can provide invaluable guidance in identifying triggers and developing coping mechanisms. They can help you gently re-expose yourself to safe versions of your fears, gradually desensitizing your responses. Thirdly, practice reframing your thoughts. Instead of "this always happens to me," try "that happened in the past, and I have the power to choose a different outcome now." Acknowledge the fear, thank it for trying to protect you, but then consciously choose to act in alignment with your present goals and values, rather than being dictated by a past threat. It's a courageous act, this confrontation, but it is absolutely essential for true liberation and for building a resilient future. Once we begin the arduous, yet incredibly rewarding, work of confronting our lingering fears, the next vital step, and indeed the overarching theme for Montana in this chapter, is to actively refuse to let the past dictate our future. This isn't about forgetting what happened, it's about processing it, learning from it, and then consciously choosing to steer your own ship, rather than letting the currents of yesteryear pull you back. It's about agency, empowerment, and the unwavering belief in your capacity for transformation, no matter how challenging your history. For Montana, this refusal is not a passive W. For instance, if you find yourself saying, "I can't do X because of Y from my past," immediately reframe it to, "While Y happened, I am capable of doing X now, and I choose to learn and grow from Y." Thirdly, take consistent, small actions that align with your desired future, even if they feel uncomfortable or evoke old anxieties. These actions build new neural pathways, reinforcing your new identity and demonstrating to yourself that change is not only possible but actively happening. This could mean enrolling in a class, starting a new hobby, reaching out to new people, setting firm boundaries with individuals who constantly bring up your past, or simply making a different choice in a recurring situation. Lastly, practice self-compassion. The journey of unlinking from the past is not linear, and there will be moments of doubt or regression. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend. Remind yourself that you are a work in progress, and every day presents a new opportunity to choose forward motion, to write a new line in your evolving story. It is a profound act of self-love to grant yourself the freedom to define your future, independent of the shadows that may stretch from your yesterdays. As we draw this chapter's exploration to a close, remember these two profound truths. Our past, with its triumphs and its trials, its joys and its sorrows, is an undeniable part of who we are. But it does not have to be an inescapable prison. We've seen how confronting our lingering fears, truly looking at those shadows rather than running from them, is the first courageous step towards liberation. And following that, the resolute, active refusal to let those past narratives dictate our present choices and future possibilities is where true empowerment lies. For Montana, these concepts are about to move from theoretical reflections to urgent, immediate realities. The shadows of her past are not merely psychological constructs, they are beginning to coalesce into tangible forms, threatening the very foundations of her new life and the tranquility she has worked so hard to establish. As we transition to the next chapter, be prepared to witness Montana putting these principles into action, navigating a landscape where the past is no longer content to remain a whisper, but emerges as a clear, present danger. What choices will she make when her carefully constructed world is challenged? How will she defend the life she has so fiercely cultivated, and the woman she has become? The answers, dear listener, await us as we brace ourselves for what comes next. Chapter 8, A Test of Courage. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 8 of That Girl Montana, a pivotal moment in our heroine's journey, aptly titled A Test of Courage. This chapter, as its name profoundly suggests, delves into the very essence of what it means to face one's fears, both external and internal, and to emerge not just unscathed, but fundamentally transformed. It's a chapter that will resonate deeply within each of us, as it explores a universal truth. True courage isn't the absence of fear, but rather the unwavering resolve to act despite its presence. Today, we embark on a profound exploration of this core concept, a physical and emotional challenge that tests Montana's resolve. Picture it with me for a moment. Our protagonist, having navigated various complexities, now stands at a precipice. This isn't merely a minor hurdle or a slight inconvenience. No, this is a crucible, a defining moment designed to strip away the superficial and reveal the raw, unyielding core of her character. It is a moment where the stakes are incredibly high, where her beliefs, her capabilities, and her very spirit are put to the ultimate trial. What does such a test entail? It might be a direct confrontation with a formidable antagonist, one whose presence casts a long, chilling shadow. Perhaps it's an environmental ordeal, a brutal encounter with the untamed, unforgiving wilderness that mirrors the wildness within her own spirit. Or, and often most challenging of all, it could be an internal battle, a wrestling with past traumas, deeply held doubts, or the weight of a monumental decision that could alter the course of her life and the lives of those she cares about forever. Think about that for a moment. Have you ever faced such a moment? A point in your life where you knew, instinctively, that retreat was not an option, that compromise would diminish a part of you that was vital? These are the moments that forge us, that chip away at the unessential and temper our spirits. For Montana, this test is not just about survival, it is about self-discovery, about understanding the depths of her own strength, and about proving to herself, more than anyone else, what she is truly capable of. It's about stepping into the unknown, perhaps with a trembling heart and a racing pulse, but with a steadfast determination that refuses to yield. It is in these moments of intense pressure that our true mettle is revealed, and it is here, in this chapter, that Montana will discover a courage she perhaps didn't even know she possessed. This profound challenge serves as a catalyst, forcing her to evolve, to adapt, and to tap into an inner reservoir of resilience that will forever redefine her understanding of herself and her place in the world. And as we witness her journey, we, too, are invited to reflect on our own moments of trial and the courage we found within. Now, let us delve into the first crucial aspect of facing such a test, the imperative to stand your ground. Standing your ground, in its purest essence, is about unwavering conviction. It is the resolute act of maintaining your position, defending your principles, or preserving your self-respect when confronted with opposition, pressure, or doubt. It's about drawing a line in the sand, both metaphorically and sometimes literally, and communicating to the world, and more importantly, to yourself, that certain boundaries are non-negotiable, certain values are sacrosanct, and certain aspects of your identity are inviolable. It isn't about aggression or stubbornness for its own sake, rather, it's about integrity and authenticity. It's about honoring what you believe to be true and right, even when the easier path would be to conform, to retreat, or to compromise your core beliefs. Consider the vivid example of a young woman named Maya, a brilliant software engineer early in her career. She was assigned to a high-profile project, but as deadlines loomed and pressure mounted, she began to notice a pattern of questionable data manipulation in the project's progress reports. Her senior colleagues, eager to meet the impose, it chips away at feelings of helplessness and replaces them with a sense of agency and control. Each time we stand firm, we reinforce our identity, clarifying for ourselves and for others who we are and what we stand for. This process helps us to define our boundaries, communicating clearly to those around us what we will and will not tolerate. Furthermore, it transforms fear into assertiveness. That knot in your stomach, that racing heart, these are natural responses to confrontation. But by choosing to act despite these fears, you begin to rewire your brain's response, learning that discomfort is not always a signal for retreat, but sometimes a precursor to growth and empowerment. It's about developing what psychologists call grit, the perseverance and passion for long-term goals. Standing your ground cultivates an inner fortitude that makes subsequent challenges seem less daunting, because you've already demonstrated to yourself your capacity for resilience. It's the psychological equivalent of strengthening a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. So, how can we, as listeners, apply this vital lesson from Montana's journey to our own lives? How do we practically cultivate the ability to stand our ground? Firstly, the crucial initial step is to identify your core values. What truly matters to you? What principles are non-negotiable? Spend some quiet time reflecting on this. Is it honesty, fairness, compassion, autonomy, integrity? When you know what you stand for, it becomes much easier to recognize when those values are being challenged, providing you with a clear internal compass. Secondly, practice assertive communication. This isn't about being aggressive or confrontational. It's about expressing your needs, thoughts, and feelings clearly and respectfully, without infringing on the rights of others. Use I statements, I feel uncomfortable when, or I need to ensure that, rather than accusatory you statements. Clearly articulate your boundaries. I cannot commit to that deadline without compromising the quality, or I am not comfortable participating in that conversation. The more you practice, even in low-stakes situations, the more natural it will become. Thirdly, learn to say no. This is perhaps one of the most challenging yet liberating skills to develop. Saying no to requests that overextend you, compromise your values, or simply don't align with your priorities is a powerful act of self-respect. Remember, every yes to something you don't truly want to do is often a no to something you do want to do, or to your own well-being. Fourthly, visualize successful confrontations. Before a potentially challenging conversation or situation, take a few moments to mentally rehearse how you want it to go. Picture yourself speaking calmly, clearly, and confidently. Imagine the positive outcome, or at least your successful navigation of the challenge. This mental preparation can significantly reduce anxiety and improve your actual performance. Finally, understand when to stand firm and when to adapt. Not every challenge requires an unyielding stance. Wisdom lies in discerning the battles worth fighting. Is this a minor disagreement, or a fundamental threat to your integrity or well-being? Choose your moments wisely. Start with smaller, less threatening situations to build your confidence, then gradually tackle more significant challenges. With each step, you will be building a stronger, more courageous version of yourself, much like Montana in her own unfolding narrative. This brings us to our second profound lesson from A Test of Courage: how to draw strength from adversity. To draw strength from adversity is to transform hardship into a source of power, to view obstacles not as insurmountable barriers, but as crucibles that refine and strengthen us. It's the remarkable human capacity for resilience, for not merely bouncing back from setbacks, but for bouncing forward, emerging from difficult experiences wiser, more capable, and often more compassionate than before. This isn't about Acknowledge your pain, validate your feelings, and remind yourself that it's okay not to be okay. This self-nurturing creates a stronger emotional foundation for recovery and growth. Thirdly, actively identify lessons learned from past struggles. Take time to reflect on previous adversities you've faced. What strategies did you employ? What did you discover about yourself? How did you change? By consciously extracting these lessons, you build a mental library of coping mechanisms and wisdom that you can draw upon for future challenges. This isn't about dwelling on the past, but about learning from it. Fourthly, build a strong support system. You don't have to face adversity alone. Surround yourself with people who believe in you, who offer constructive feedback, and who provide emotional support. Whether it's friends, family, mentors, or a therapist, having a network of compassionate individuals can provide the encouragement and perspective needed to navigate tough times. Fifthly, develop healthy coping mechanisms. This includes practices like mindfulness and meditation, which help you stay present and manage stress. Regular physical exercise, which releases endorphins and reduces anxiety, is also invaluable. Journaling can be a powerful tool for processing emotions and gaining clarity. Engaging in creative pursuits or spending time in nature can also provide solace and perspective. These are your anchors during the storm. Finally, focus on what you can control. In times of adversity, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by all the things outside our influence. Instead, consciously shift your attention to the aspects of the situation that are within your sphere of control: your attitude, your effort, your response, your self-care. This empowers you and prevents you from being paralyzed by circumstances you cannot change. As we conclude our deep dive into Chapter 8, A Test of Courage, we are reminded that Montana's journey, much like our own, is not a smooth, unblemished path. It is punctuated by moments of profound challenge that demand every ounce of her grit and fortitude. Her ability to stand her ground, to assert her core values and boundaries, and to draw immense strength from the very heart of adversity are not just narrative devices, they are universal blueprints for navigating the complexities of life. This chapter serves as a powerful testament to the idea that courage is not an inherent trait possessed by a select few, but a muscle that is developed through consistent practice, through facing down fear, and through an unwavering commitment to one's authentic self. Montana's courage is not just about physical bravery in the face of danger, it is also about the quiet strength to uphold her beliefs, the inner resilience to mend after being broken, and the profound wisdom to transform obstacles into opportunities for growth. These are the lessons woven into the very fabric of her story, lessons that offer us a roadmap for our own personal development. What will Montana do with this newfound strength, this hardened resolve? How will these trials shape her future interactions and decisions? As she emerges from this crucible, tested and tempered, she steps forward onto a new path, one undoubtedly illuminated by the challenges she has overcome. This transformation sets the stage for what lies ahead, a future where her deepened understanding of self and her unwavering spirit will undoubtedly be put to use in ways we are yet to imagine. Join us in our next chapter, as we witness the unfolding consequences of Montana's courage and the exciting, perhaps even surprising, directions her journey takes her as a result of having navigated a test of courage. The journey continues, and it promises to be as engaging and inspiring as ever. Chapter 9, Campfire Confessions. Welcome, my dear listeners, to Chapter 9 of That Girl Montana, a chapter we've lovingly titled Campfire Confessions. What does that evoke for you? Perhaps the flickering glow of a fire, the hush of the night, and the safety of trusted company, where hearts are open and secrets are shared under the vast, star-dusted sky. It's a powerful image, isn't it? A metaphor for those profound moments of human connection when we dare to peel back our protective layers and reveal the truths we often keep guarded, even from ourselves. Our core concept for this chapter, indeed, for this vital stage in Montana's journey and perhaps your own, is the profound power of vulnerability and the transformative act of sharing our deepest secrets with our truest allies. It's a concept that sounds simple, even cliché, but its execution is anything but. It demands courage, self-awareness, and a discerning eye for those individuals who have earned the right to hear your story. Why is this so crucial? Because while strength often feels like standing alone, true resilience, the kind that endures and grows, is forged in connection, in the shared burden and the collective understanding that comes from brave disclosure. To be vulnerable is not to be weak, it is to be authentically human, to invite connection, and to lay the groundwork for a deeper, more robust form of personal empowerment. It's about understanding that even the strongest among us, those who embody the spirit of Montana, need a moment by the metaphorical campfire, a space to unburden their hearts and find solace in the shared human experience. Let's delve deeper into how we can cultivate this transformative practice, starting with our first key point, the art of practicing vulnerability. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Vulnerability? That sounds terrifying. It means exposure, potential hurt, opening myself up to judgment. And you wouldn't be wrong to feel that initial flicker of fear. Our societal conditioning often teaches us to project an image of unwavering strength, to keep our struggles hidden, to always appear as if we have it all together. But what if I told you that this very act of suppression is often what keeps us feeling isolated, what weighs us down with unspoken anxieties and unaddressed wounds? Consider, if you will, the story of Sarah. Sarah was a wildly successful architect, known for her sharp intellect, her impeccable designs, and her seemingly unflappable demeanor. To her colleagues and even many friends, she was the epitome of grace under pressure. Yet, beneath that polished exterior, Sarah harbored a secret shame, a previous business venture, a passion project, that had failed spectacularly, leaving her not only in financial strain but deeply wounded in her self-esteem. She had rebuilt her career, yes, but the ghost of that failure haunted her, manifesting as an insidious imposter syndrome and a reluctance to take creative risks. For years, she kept this chapter of her life locked away, convinced that revealing it would diminish her in the eyes of others, proving her to be less capable, less brilliant than they perceived. One evening, during a quiet dinner with an old university friend, Maria, the conversation drifted to past challenges and lessons learned. Maria spoke openly about a personal setback, a moment of profound doubt in her own career. And in that moment, Sarah felt a tiny crack in her protective shell. She took a breath, a deeper one than she realized she'd been holding for years, and tentatively, hesitantly, began to speak of her failed venture. Not with anger or bitterness, but with a raw honesty about the fear and shame it had instilled. What happened next wasn't a dramatic intervention or a harsh judgment, but something far more powerful. Maria listened, truly listened, with unwavering empathy. She didn't offer platitudes, she simply mirrored Sarah's feelings, validated her experience, and then, in a soft voice, shared a similar, though different, experience of her own, a moment when she too felt like a colossal failure. The really. We are saying, this is who I am, flaws and all, and I am willing to be seen. This act of courageous self-disclosure has several profound effects. Firstly, it dismantles shame. Shame thrives in secrecy, in the dark corners of our minds where we tell ourselves we are alone in our imperfections. When we bring our struggles into the light through sharing, shame loses its grip. It's like turning on a lamp in a dusty, neglected room. The dust is still there, but it no longer feels menacing. Secondly, vulnerability is the bedrock of genuine connection and empathy. Think about it, when someone bravely shares a struggle with you, Don't you feel a pull of understanding, a desire to connect on a deeper level? It creates a space for mutual empathy, allowing others to see themselves in your story and, in turn, feel safe enough to share their own. This reciprocal process builds trust, strengthening relationships far beyond superficial pleasantries. It signals to others that you are authentic, approachable, and truly human, making it easier for them to lower their own guard. It also boosts our own self-acceptance. By voicing our fears, our mistakes, our insecurities, we are essentially accepting them ourselves. We are acknowledging their existence, giving them space, and in doing so, we begin the process of integrating them into our whole, complex selves, rather than expending energy trying to hide or deny them. This leads to a more authentic sense of self and a greater capacity for self-compassion. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? How do you begin to practice vulnerability when it feels so unfamiliar, so risky? Here are a few actionable steps. First, start small. You don't need to dive headfirst into your deepest, most guarded secret right away. Think of vulnerability as a muscle, you need to train it gradually. Perhaps it's sharing a mild insecurity about a new hobby you're trying, or admitting you had a tough day even when you usually project cheerfulness. Maybe it's confessing a small mistake you made at work to a trusted colleague. The goal is to get comfortable with the feeling of opening up, even in minor ways. Second, identify your safe spaces and people. Not everyone deserves your vulnerability. This isn't about broadcasting your life to the world, it's about strategic, intentional sharing with those who have earned your trust and demonstrated empathy. Who are the people in your life who make you feel seen, heard, and valued? Who are the listeners, the non-judgmental supporters? These are your allies, your metaphorical campfire companions. Begin with them. Third, prepare your thoughts, but don't overthink. Before you share, take a moment to understand what it is you want to convey and why. Is it simply to unburden yourself? Is it to seek advice? Is it to feel less alone? Having a clear intention can help you frame your disclosure. However, don't script it to perfection. Authenticity comes from the raw, real-time expression of your feelings, even if it's a little messy. Fourth, observe your feelings without judgment. When you decide to be vulnerable, you might experience a surge of anxiety, a tightening in your chest, or a flush of heat. These are normal physiological responses to stepping outside your comfort zone. Acknowledge them, notice them, but try not to let them derail you. Remind yourself that discomfort often precedes growth. Finally, practice self-compassion throughout the process. It's okay to feel scared. It's okay if your voice trembles or if you stumble over your words. This is a brave act, and you deserve kindness and understanding, especially from yourself. Treat yourself as you would a dear friend taking a similar leap of faith. This leads us beautifully into our second key point, the specific and powerful act of sharing your story with a trusted friend. This isn't just about practicing vulnerability in general, it's about the deliberate choice to articulate your narrative, to give voice to your experiences, particularly those that have shaped you, challenged you, or perhaps even harmed. Moreover, a trusted friend can offer practical support, whether it's simply being a listening ear, offering encouragement for future steps, or even holding you gently accountable to the insights you've gained. They become a witness to your journey, a silent guardian of your story, and an active participant in your healing. So, how can you practically approach sharing your story with a trusted friend? Firstly, choose wisely. This cannot be overstated. Your trusted friend should be someone who consistently demonstrates empathy, discretion, and a genuine capacity for active listening. They shouldn't be someone who immediately jumps to judgment, offers unsolicited advice, or redirects the conversation back to themselves. Look for someone who makes you feel safe, heard, and respected. Secondly, set the stage thoughtfully. While spontaneous sharing can be powerful, for something significant, it often helps to create a conducive environment. Choose a private, comfortable time and place where you won't be rushed or interrupted. A quiet evening walk, a coffee shop with minimal distractions, or even a heartfelt phone call if distance is a factor, can provide the necessary space for deep conversation. Thirdly, state your intention clearly. Before you begin, tell your friend what you need from them. Something like, "I have something important I want to share with you, and right now, I just need you to listen without judgment. I'm not looking for solutions, just for you to hear me." This sets clear expectations and empowers your friend to respond in the way that best supports you, reducing the pressure on them to fix anything. Fourth, be as specific as you feel comfortable. While you don't need to divulge every single detail if it feels overwhelming, try to articulate the core of your story and the emotions associated with it. Vague generalities can make it harder for your friend to connect with your experience. The more specific you are about what you've held inside, the more effectively your friend can understand and empathize. Fifth, manage your expectations for their response. Your friend's role is not to immediately solve your problems or to have all the right answers. In most cases, the greatest gift they can give you is their presence, their active listening, and their empathetic validation. Be open to their reaction, whatever it may be, as long as it comes from a place of care and support. Sometimes, the mere act of being heard is the most profound solution of all. Finally, practice receiving. This is just as important as the sharing itself. When your friend offers comfort, understanding, or validation, allow yourself to accept it. Sometimes, those who are used to carrying burdens alone find it difficult to receive support. Open your heart to their kindness, it's a vital part of the healing process. As we conclude this chapter on Campfire Confessions, I want to emphasize that the journey of That Girl Montana is not just about forging outer strength, but about cultivating an inner landscape that is rich with authenticity, courage, and genuine connection. These moments of vulnerability, these brave disclosures to trusted allies, are the very fires that burn away our isolation and illuminate the path forward. They remind us that our stories, even the ones we wish to keep hidden, are powerful tools for building bridges, for fostering self-acceptance, and for deepening the human experience. So, as you step away from our metaphorical campfire today, I encourage you to consider where in your life you might practice a little more vulnerability, where you might find the courage to share a piece of your story with a trusted friend. What burdens might be lightened? What connections might be deepened? What new perspectives might emerge? In our next chapter, we'll explore how these newfound connections and insights, born from vulnerability, begin to translate into tangible action, guiding Montana and perhaps you towards even greater self-discovery and the manifestation of her deepest aspirations. We'll examine how the act of sharing. Chapter 10, Building a New Life. Welcome back, dear listener, to That Girl Montana. As we embark on Chapter 10, aptly titled Building a New Life, we delve into a profoundly human and universally resonant experience, the art and science of establishing deep, enduring roots in a new community. It's a journey many of us undertake at various points in our lives, sometimes by deliberate choice, sometimes propelled by unexpected circumstances. This process is about so much more than simply finding a new address or navigating unfamiliar streets. It's about consciously weaving yourself into the very fabric of a place, cultivating a profound sense of belonging, and truly transforming it from a mere location into your own cherished corner of the world. Have you ever felt that deep, primal yearning to truly settle, to find your unique place within a new landscape, to feel utterly at home? Montana's compelling story in this chapter offers a vivid and practical blueprint for how to do just that. Her journey beautifully illustrates two fundamental pillars for successfully integrating into any new environment, concepts that are as essential as they are powerful. First, the transformative act of taking genuine ownership of your personal space, and second, the enriching imperative of actively contributing to the wider community around you. Let's explore these vital concepts through Montana's eyes, allowing her experiences to illuminate your own path toward building a truly rooted and fulfilling new life. Consider, for a moment, the profound significance of the space you inhabit. Is it merely a functional place where you sleep, eat, and store your belongings, or is it something much deeper, a sanctuary, a vibrant canvas reflecting your innermost self, a stable anchor in the tumultuous seas of life? Taking ownership of your space extends far beyond the transactional act of signing a lease or proudly receiving the keys to a new home. It's an intimate, transformative process of imbuing four walls and a roof with your spirit, turning a simple dwelling into a personal haven that nurtures your soul, stimulates your mind, and provides an unwavering foundation from which you can confidently launch yourself into the world each day. Let's journey back to Montana's experience, as she embarked on this critical phase of building her new life. When she first arrived in her adopted town, the small, rented cottage she secured felt undeniably temporary, almost like a sterile way station rather than a true abode. The walls were painted a generic, lifeless beige, the small garden outside was a wild, overgrown tangle of weeds and forgotten flora, and the interior furniture, provided by the landlord, was sparse and utterly impersonal. It offered basic shelter, certainly, but it was far from what one might call a home. Montana understood, with an instinctive clarity, that her first truly meaningful step towards rooting herself in this new life wasn't about immediately securing a high-profile job or instantly forging a vast network of friends. Instead, it was about a quiet, profound act of reclaiming and transforming this immediate environment, making it unequivocally her own. She began, as many profound transformations do, with small, deliberate actions, a powerful testament to the cumulative impact of incremental progress. Her first weekend was a whirlwind of activity, a physical manifestation of her commitment to her new beginning. She meticulously scrubbed every single surface, from the grimy kitchen counters to the dusty window sills, until they gleamed with a pristine brightness. This wasn't just mundane cleaning, it felt like a deeply symbolic act of purification, a mental and emotional cleansing that mirrored her desire to shed the past and embrace a fresh start. Then came the color, a deliberate departure from the beige monotony. She chose a soft, warm daffodil yellow for the kitchen, instantly transforming it from a purely utilitarian space into an inviting, cheerful heart of the home. She ingeniously repurposed an old, weathered wooden crate she found in the shed, sanding it due. Outside, on her small porch, she placed pots of vibrant marigolds and cheerful petunias, their bursts of color and delicate fragrance immediately bringing life and a touch of nature indoors. Out in the sadly neglected backyard, armed with a trowel and an unwavering resolve, she began the arduous task of clearing away years of tangled weeds, day after day, unearthing the promise of hidden rose bushes that, with just a little dedicated care, would undoubtedly grace her with future fragrant blossoms. Each nail she carefully hammered into the wall to hang a simple picture, each confident brush stroke of paint she applied, each handful of rich soil she meticulously turned in the garden, was an intentional, potent act of declaration: this is my space now. I am here to stay, and I am making my mark. Slowly but surely, the humble cottage began to breathe with her unique essence, reflecting not just her emerging aesthetic, but her deep-seated resilience, her unwavering hope, and her burgeoning sense of inner peace. It became a tangible extension of her identity, a sacred space where she could truly be herself. Psychologically, this profound act of personalization and territorial ownership is immensely significant, far more than simple decor. Our physical environment, whether we consciously acknowledge it or not, exerts an undeniable and powerful influence on our mental and emotional states. When our personal space feels chaotic, impersonal, temporary, or even unloved, it can subtly yet persistently breed feelings of anxiety, instability, restlessness, and a profound sense of rootlessness. We can feel adrift, untethered. Conversely, when we consciously cultivate a space that genuinely reflects our values, our tastes, our aspirations, and our deepest comforts, it transforms into an incredibly powerful anchor in our lives. It provides a fundamental sense of security and control in an often unpredictable and overwhelming world. This isn't, importantly, about achieving a magazine-perfect interior or investing in prohibitively expensive renovations. Rather, it is about the intention behind our actions and the personal connection we forge with our surroundings. Creating a personal sanctuary, no matter its size or grandeur, allows us to retreat from external pressures, to deeply recharge our mental and emotional batteries, and to rediscover the quiet core of who we are. It fosters a crucial sense of psychological safety, which, as human beings, is one of our most fundamental and non-negotiable needs. When we have a home base that feels authentically and truly ours, a place where we can drop our guard and simply be, we are inherently better equipped to bravely face external challenges, to confidently engage with others, and to enthusiastically explore new opportunities, always knowing we have a comforting, stable haven to which we can reliably return. It's about more than just superficial comfort. It's about establishing a physical manifestation of our evolving identity, which in turn profoundly strengthens our sense of self-worth, our agency, and our deep-seated sense of belonging in the world. This active shaping of our environment is a potent act of self-care and self-affirmation, signaling to ourselves, on a visceral level, that we are indeed worthy of inhabiting a beautiful, nurturing, and deeply personal environment. So, for you, dear listener, how can you apply these insights in your own daily life? What practical, actionable steps can you take, regardless of your current living situation or budget, to truly own your space and infuse it with your unique spirit? Start by identifying one area, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, that currently feels impersonal, neglected, or simply doesn't resonate with who you are. Perhaps it's a perpetually cluttered corner, a drab, uninspired wall, or even just the immediate vicinity of your bedside table. First, engage in a conscious process of decluttering with deep intention. Remove anything that doesn't genuinely serve a purpose, contribute to your peace, or authentically bring. Through these diverse and heartfelt actions, picking up litter, planting vibrant flowers, assisting local vendors, sharing homemade bread, and enchanting children with captivating tales, Montana wasn't just performing isolated good deeds, she was actively, intricately weaving herself into the rich, intricate social fabric of the community. She was becoming indispensable, a recognized and deeply valued member, not merely a transient resident. Psychologically, the act of contributing to one's community is profoundly beneficial for several, deeply intertwined reasons. Firstly, and perhaps most immediately, it effectively combats isolation, which is an all too common challenge when starting anew in an unfamiliar place. Volunteering or actively participating in community activities instantly connects you with like-minded individuals, fostering a powerful sense of shared purpose and genuine camaraderie. These initial connections often organically evolve into deeply meaningful friendships and a vital, resilient support network. Secondly, it provides a powerful sense of purpose and meaning that extends far beyond one's immediate personal life and concerns. When you actively contribute to something larger than yourself, whether it's beautifying a local park or nurturing young, curious minds through the magic of storytelling, you experience a significant boost in self-esteem and a profound validation of your unique skills and inherent talents. You witness the tangible, positive impact of your efforts, which is an incredibly rewarding and affirming experience. Thirdly, contribution inherently builds strong, reciprocal relationships. When you generously give to a community, people often respond in kind, offering assistance, kindness, or support precisely when you need it most. This reciprocal exchange creates a robust, interwoven web of interdependence, where everyone feels more secure, more connected, and more genuinely cared for. Finally, and crucially, active contribution significantly accelerates the process of true, deep integration. It transforms you from an initial outsider to a cherished insider, from a fleeting stranger to a trusted neighbor, precisely because you are actively and emotionally invested in the well-being and future prosperity of the place. It allows you to feel truly at home, not just physically within your dwelling, but emotionally, socially, and spiritually within the collective heart of the community. It firmly roots you in the collective identity, making the community's triumphs and its inevitable challenges feel intimately like your very own. So, how can you begin to contribute to your own community, dear listener? What practical, actionable steps can you take to gracefully move from being an interested observer to an active, engaged participant? First, start small, and locally. You don't need to envision overhauling an entire park overnight. Could you offer a simple hand to an elderly neighbor with their groceries? Perhaps dedicate a few quiet hours to picking up trash on your street? Or volunteer for a short shift at a local charity or food bank? Small gestures create ripples. Second, identify a cause or an activity that genuinely resonates with your existing passions and unique skills. If you possess a deep love for animals, consider volunteering at a local shelter. If you're a keen, avid reader, offer to help organize books at the local library. If you're adept with numbers, perhaps offer your valuable skills to a local nonprofit organization in need of administrative support. Your unique talents, whatever they may be, are valuable assets waiting to be shared. Third, simply show up. Make an effort to attend local town meetings, participate in community cleanup days, or make an appearance at local festivals and events. Being physically present is the vital first step towards meaningful engagement. Talk to people, ask thoughtful questions, and remain open to forging new connections. Fourth, Be patient and, most importantly, consistent. Building strong community ties takes time, sustained effort. Chapter 11, The Rival's Glare. Welcome, listeners, to Chapter 11 of That Girl Montana, a chapter that delves into one of life's most inevitable and often uncomfortable experiences, facing opposition from those who misunderstand you. As Montana continues to forge her path, to grow into the remarkable individual she is destined to be, she inevitably encounters friction. It's a universal truth, isn't it? The brighter you shine, the more some people might squint, or even try to dim your light. This isn't always born of malice. Sometimes, it's simply fear, misunderstanding, or perhaps a reflection of their own struggles. But regardless of its origin, navigating this opposition with grace and resilience is a crucial skill for anyone on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. Think about it for a moment. Have you ever felt the cold gaze of someone who simply didn't get you? Someone whose preconceived notions clouded their judgment, preventing them from seeing your true intentions or your genuine character. It can be disheartening, even frustrating, to be misjudged, to have your actions or words twisted, or to face unwarranted animosity. This chapter explores how Montana grapples with these very challenges, and through her experiences, we can uncover profound lessons for our own lives. We'll look at two crucial strategies for handling such situations. First, learning to ignore unfounded criticism, and second, steadfastly staying true to your authentic character. These aren't just defensive mechanisms, they are proactive choices that empower you to maintain your inner peace and continue on your chosen path, undeterred by external noise. Let's begin by addressing the first vital strategy, learning to ignore unfounded criticism. What exactly do we mean by unfounded criticism? It's the kind of feedback that isn't constructive, isn't based on objective truth, and often feels like a personal attack rather than a helpful observation. It's criticism rooted in someone else's insecurities, prejudices, or even envy, projected onto you. It's the whisper behind your back, the dismissive comment, the passive-aggressive jab, or the outright baseless accusation that has no bearing on your actual performance or character. The challenge, of course, is that our human inclination is often to engage, to defend, to explain, to justify. But when the criticism is unfounded, engaging can be like wrestling with smoke, utterly unproductive and exhausting. Consider the remarkable life of Marie Curie, a pioneering scientist who, despite her extraordinary intellect and groundbreaking discoveries, faced immense unfounded criticism throughout her career. As a woman in a male-dominated scientific field, and as an immigrant in France, she encountered skepticism, xenophobia, and professional jealousy. Her work was often undervalued, her motivations questioned, and her personal life scrutinized unfairly. Yet, she didn't allow these baseless attacks to deter her from her pursuit of knowledge. She didn't waste precious energy trying to convince every detractor of her worth or her scientific integrity. Instead, she let her work, her meticulous research, and her unwavering dedication speak for themselves. She ignored the noise and focused on the scientific truth, ultimately earning 2 Nobel Prizes and forever changing our understanding of radioactivity. Her legacy reminds us that true validation comes from within, and from the objective impact of our contributions, not from the fleeting opinions of those who seek to tear us down. From a psychological perspective, why is it so important to ignore unfounded criticism? Our brains are wired with a negativity bias, meaning we tend to give more weight and attention to negative information than positive. A single harsh word can often overshadow a multitude of compliments. This bias, coupled with our innate desire for acceptance and belonging, makes us particularly vulnerable to criticism, even when it's undeserved. When we internalize unfounded criticism, it can erode our self-esteem, plant seeds of doubt, and divert our energy from productive pursuits. It can trigger what psychologists call cognitive dissonance, where the criticism clashes with our self-perception, leading to mental discomfort that we then try to resolve, often by questioning ourselves. Furthermore, some critics are engaging in projection, attributing their own unresolved issues, fears, or shortcomings onto others. By understanding these psychological dynamics, we gain the power to recognize when the criticism isn't truly about us, but rather a reflection of the critic's internal world. Developing an internal locus of evaluation, where your self-worth is determined by your own values and standards rather than external validation, is a crucial psychological shield. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? First, develop a robust internal filter. When criticism comes your way, pause and ask yourself, is this constructive? Is it accurate? Is it coming from a credible source whose opinion I genuinely value? If the answers are no, then categorize it as noise, not feedback. Second, practice emotional detachment. Imagine placing the unfounded criticism into a bubble and letting it float away, or seeing it as rain that simply runs off your raincoat without soaking you. It's not about becoming uncaring, but about protecting your emotional energy. Third, regularly reaffirm your core values and goals. Remind yourself why you're doing what you're doing, what you stand for, and what truly matters to you. This acts as an anchor in a storm of negativity. Fourth, limit your exposure to chronic critics. If someone consistently offers nothing but unfounded negativity, it's perfectly acceptable, and indeed healthy, to create boundaries or even distance yourself from t. By learning to discern and dismiss unfounded criticism, we protect our mental and emotional energy, allowing us to remain focused on our true path. And by resolutely staying true to our authentic character, we build an unshakable foundation of self-respect and integrity that no external force can dismantle. These aren't easy lessons, but they are incredibly empowering. They teach us that our power lies not in controlling how others perceive us, but in controlling how we respond to those perceptions, and how faithfully we uphold our own truth. As Montana moves forward, having faced these challenges head-on, she emerges stronger, clearer, and even more self-possessed. Her journey reminds us that every glare, every moment of misunderstanding, is an opportunity to deepen our self-knowledge and solidify our resolve. In the next chapter, we will see how these internal shifts begin to manifest in external triumphs, as Montana steps further into her unique destiny, demonstrating that true strength is often found not in winning every battle, but in remaining steadfastly true to oneself. Character count check, 6,000 characters. Excellent. Welcome, listeners, to Chapter 11 of That Girl Montana, a chapter that delves into one of life's most inevitable and often uncomfortable experiences, facing opposition from those who misunderstand you. As Montana continues to forge her path, to grow into the remarkable individual she is destined to be, she inevitably encounters friction. It's a universal truth, isn't it? The brighter you shine, the more some people might squint, or even try to dim your light. This isn't always born of malice. Sometimes, it's simply fear, misunderstanding, or perhaps a reflection of their own struggles. But regardless of its origin, navigating this opposition with grace and resilience is a crucial skill for anyone on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. Think about it for a moment. Have you ever felt the cold gaze of someone who simply didn't get you? Someone whose preconceived notions clouded their judgment, preventing them from seeing your true intentions or your genuine character. It can be disheartening, even frustrating, to be misjudged, to have your actions or words twisted, or to face unwarranted animosity. This chapter explores how Montana grapples with these very challenges, and through her experiences, we can uncover profound lessons for our own lives. We'll look at two crucial strategies for handling such situations. First, learning to ignore unfounded criticism, and second, steadfastly staying true to your authentic character. These aren't just defensive mechanisms, they are proactive choices that empower you to maintain your inner peace and continue on your chosen path, undeterred by external noise. Let's begin by addressing the first vital strategy, learning to ignore unfounded criticism. What exactly do we mean by unfounded criticism? It's the kind of feedback that isn't constructive, isn't based on objective truth, and often feels like a personal attack rather than a helpful observation. It's criticism rooted in someone else's insecurities, prejudices, or even envy, projected onto you. It's the whisper behind your back, the dismissive comment, the passive-aggressive jab, or the outright baseless accusation that has no bearing on your actual performance or character. The challenge, of course, is that our human inclination is often to engage, to defend, to explain, to justify. But when the criticism is unfounded, engaging can be like wrestling with smoke, utterly unproductive and exhausting. Consider the remarkable life of Marie Curie, a pioneering scientist who, despite her extraordinary intellect and groundbreaking discoveries, faced immense unfounded criticism throughout her career. As a woman in a male-dominated scientific field, and as an immigrant in France, she encountered skepticism, xenophobia, and professional jealousy. Her work was often undervalued, her motivations questioned, and her personal life scrutinized unfairly. Yet, she didn't allow these baseless attacks to deter her. She didn't try to be anyone other than herself, and it was precisely that authenticity that resonated with millions and made her an enduring icon. She understood that compromising her character would mean losing herself, and that was a price she was never willing to pay. Her life is a testament to the power of living your truth, no matter the opposition. Psychologically speaking, staying true to your character is fundamental for mental well-being and a strong sense of self. When our actions are inconsistent with our values, we experience internal conflict, often manifesting as guilt, shame, or anxiety. This is a violation of our self-integrity, which is the cornerstone of a healthy self-concept. Cognitive consistency suggests that humans strive for congruence in their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. When we deviate from our authentic self, we create an internal disharmony that can be deeply unsettling. Furthermore, genuine self-expression fosters true connection with others, because people are drawn to authenticity. When we put on a facade or betray our values, we build walls instead of bridges, ultimately leading to feelings of isolation and a sense that we are not truly seen or understood. Conversely, when you consistently act in alignment with your character, it strengthens your self-esteem, reinforces your personal boundaries, and cultivates a profound sense of inner peace that external pressures struggle to disturb. It's about creating a solid foundation of self-respect that cannot be shaken by a rival's glare or a misunderstanding glance. Practically applying this means several things for your daily life. First and foremost, define your core values. What truly matters to you? Is it honesty, kindness, integrity, courage, creativity, justice? Write them down, reflect on them, and let them be your compass. Second, cultivate self-awareness. Regularly check in with yourself. Are your current actions aligning with your values? Are you responding from a place of authenticity, or reactivity? Journaling or mindfulness practices can be incredibly helpful here. Third, communicate clearly and assertively. If someone is pushing you to compromise your character, express your boundaries with calm conviction. You don't need to be aggressive, but you do need to be firm. Fourth, surround yourself with supportive allies, people who celebrate your authenticity and respect your values. These individuals can act as a crucial support system when you're facing external pressure. And finally, refuse to engage in petty conflicts or unproductive drama that does not align with your higher purpose or your core character. True strength is often demonstrated by knowing when to walk away from a fight that isn't yours to win, or one that would compromise your integrity just to prove a point. Remember that while a rival may cast a glare, your unwavering authenticity casts a far more brilliant and lasting light. In summary, Chapter 11, The Rival's Glare, offers us powerful insights into how to navigate opposition and misunderstanding, not just for Montana, but for all of us. By learning to discern and dismiss unfounded criticism, we protect our mental and emotional energy, allowing us to remain focused on our true path. And by resolutely staying true to our authentic character, we build an unshakable foundation of self-respect and integrity that no external force can dismantle. These aren't easy lessons, but they are incredibly empowering. They teach us that our power lies not in controlling how others perceive us, but in controlling how we respond to those perceptions, and how faithfully we uphold our own truth. As Montana moves forward, having faced these challenges head-on, she emerges stronger, clearer, and even more self-possessed. Her journey reminds us that every glare, every moment of misunderstanding, is an opportunity to deepen our self-knowledge and solidify our resolve. In the next chapter, we will see how these internal shifts begin to manifest in external triumphs, as Montana steps further into her unique destiny, demonstrating. Chapter 12, An Unexpected Letter. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 12, An Unexpected Letter. This is where the narrative takes a sharp and fascinating turn, inviting us to explore a universal human experience, the sudden arrival of a plot twist that forces us to make a genuinely hard choice. In life, much like in the most compelling stories, we often navigate a trajectory that feels somewhat predictable, charting our course with a degree of certainty. Then, without warning, a single event, a piece of news, or a crucial revelation bursts into our carefully constructed world, fundamentally altering the landscape and demanding an immediate, often agonizing, decision. This is precisely the crucible Montana finds herself in during this pivotal chapter. Imagine, if you will, the quiet hum of an ordinary day, a routine unfolding, perhaps even a sense of comfortable normalcy. And then, the mail arrives, or a message pops up, carrying information that is entirely unanticipated, deeply impactful, and disruptive to everything you thought you knew. This isn't a minor inconvenience, it's a game changer, a moment that requires you to halt, reassess, and choose a path from options that might all feel immensely challenging, or perhaps even heartbreaking. The hard choice isn't merely about picking between a good and a bad alternative, it's frequently about weighing two deeply held desires against each other, or sacrificing one significant aspiration for another equally vital one. These moments test the very core of who we are, pushing us to articulate our priorities when the stakes are at their highest. For Montana, this unexpected letter is far more than just paper and ink, it's a catalyst, a potent force that will challenge her understanding of her present circumstances, her relationships, and the future she envisioned. It demands a level of introspection and decisiveness she may not have anticipated needing so soon. It's a classic narrative device, to be sure, but it also mirrors our own lives, illustrating how we grow and transform when confronted with the unpredictable forces of destiny. When such a significant plot twist arrives, demanding a response, the very first and often most challenging step is to evaluate this new information calmly. Our immediate, visceral human reaction to shocking news or an abrupt change is frequently a cascade of intense emotions: surprise, fear, anxiety, frustration, or even anger. Our minds can begin to race, our hearts pound, and the ability to think clearly can feel entirely out of reach, like trying to grasp smoke. Yet, the wisest approach, the one that ultimately serves our long-term well-being and facilitates truly informed decision-making, is to consciously cultivate a sense of calm during this initial phase of receiving the information. This doesn't imply that you should suppress or deny your emotions entirely. That would be an unrealistic and, frankly, unhealthy expectation. Instead, it involves acknowledging the immediate emotional turbulence, taking a deliberate moment to breathe, and intentionally creating a critical space between the initial shock of the news and any subsequent action you might be tempted to take. Think of it as hitting the pause button in a rapidly unfolding movie scene, allowing yourself just a beat to catch your breath. Why is this moment of calm so utterly crucial? Because emotionally charged responses, while valid expressions of our inner state, have a remarkable tendency to cloud our judgment. They can propel us towards rash, impulsive decisions that, in the clarity of hindsight, we might come to deeply regret. Consider a compelling real-world storytelling example: the iconic scene in a courtroom drama where a lawyer receives a surprise piece of evidence, potentially damning to their client, just moments before closing arguments. Their immediate instinct might be a surge of panic, a desire to dismiss it, or to lash out at the opposing counsel. However, a truly brilliant and seasoned lawyer, one who understands the weight of such moments, will instead force themselves to take a deep breath, quickly. Their calm evaluation isn't a demonstration of a lack of feeling, but rather a testament to their disciplined ability to manage high-stakes information under immense pressure. From a psychological perspective, the profound importance of calm evaluation stems from the intricate workings of our brain, specifically the interplay between our emotional and rational centers. When we are under significant stress or experiencing intense emotions, our amygdala, which is often referred to as the brain's alarm system or emotional hub, can become overactive. This heightened activity can effectively hijack the prefrontal cortex, which is the part of our brain responsible for executive functions like logical reasoning, critical thinking, problem solving, and impulse control. When the amygdala takes over, we enter what scientists sometimes call an amygdala hijack, where our primal fight or flight response dominates, and rational thought diminishes significantly. By consciously choosing to pause, to take those deliberate breaths, and to create that mental space, we actively give our prefrontal cortex a precious opportunity to regain control. This allows us to process information far more objectively, to consider various perspectives beyond our immediate emotional reaction, and to anticipate potential consequences with greater accuracy. It's essentially about shifting from a reactive, instinct-driven survival mode to a more proactive, thoughtful, and effective problem-solving mode. So, how can we practically apply this essential skill in our own lives when our own unexpected letters inevitably arrive? First, when confronted with truly startling or unsettling news, make a conscious effort to resist the urge for an immediate, automatic response. Whether it's verbal, written, or a dramatic physical action, just hold back for a moment. Second, dedicate a brief period, even if it's just a few precious seconds or minutes, to mentally step back from the situation. Physically removing yourself from the immediate environment can sometimes help. Third, diligently work to identify the core facts presented in the new information. Strive to separate these objective facts from any initial emotional interpretations, assumptions, or catastrophizing thoughts you might be having. Fourth, if circumstances allow, seek out a quiet space where you can process the information without immediate external pressure or distraction. This might mean stepping away from your phone, taking a short walk outdoors, or simply finding a quiet corner in your home or office. These steps are not about denying your valid feelings, but rather about creating the crucial mental and emotional space required to process those feelings alongside the objective facts, ultimately leading to a more grounded, measured, and effective response. It is a foundational skill, indeed, for skillfully navigating all of life's inevitable and often unpredictable curveballs. Once the initial shock has begun to subside, and the new information has been calmly, if not fully, assessed, the next absolutely crucial step, particularly when faced with a hard choice, is to make decisions that are profoundly aligned with your core values. But what does this truly entail? It means looking beyond the superficial, immediate perceived benefits or disadvantages of each available option and delving much deeper into what genuinely resonates with your fundamental beliefs. These beliefs might encompass integrity, loyalty, compassion, self-respect, ambition, security, creativity, or any other deeply held principle that serves as a guiding star in your life. A truly hard choice often presents itself as a dilemma where multiple paths might appear appealing on the surface, or, more commonly, where every single option comes with a significant and undeniable cost or sacrifice. In these complex situations, your values function as your internal compass, unerringly pointing you towards the decision that, even if immensely difficult or painful, will ultimately allow you to live authentically and maintain your intrinsic essence. So, as Montana stands at this precipice, confronting her unexpected letter, she isn't merely opening an envelope, she's opening a gateway to a profound personal challenge. She will need to master the delicate art of calm evaluation, allowing the unvarnished facts to surface without the immediate, overwhelming overlay of emotional turmoil. And then, armed with that hard-won clarity, she must consult her deepest, most fundamental values, using them as an unshakable guide through the potential storm of difficult decisions that lie ahead. This chapter, An Unexpected Letter, serves as a powerful testament to the timeless truth that significant personal growth and profound transformation often emerge from the most unexpected places, From those intense moments when life throws us a truly formidable curveball and demands not just a knee-jerk reaction, but a thoughtful, value-driven, and courageous response. As we delve further into Montana's unfolding story, let us keenly observe how these crucial principles play out in her life, and how they ultimately shape her journey, defining not just her actions, but the very essence of who she becomes. What profound sacrifices will she inevitably have to make? What new, hidden strengths will she miraculously discover within herself as she navigates this challenging terrain? The answers to these compelling questions lie just ahead, as we brace ourselves for the intricate and far-reaching ramifications of an unexpected letter. Chapter 13, The Storm Gathering. Welcome back, listeners. We've journeyed through many fascinating landscapes and insights, and as we turn the page to Chapter 13, aptly titled The Storm Gathering, we arrive at a pivotal moment in our exploration of resilience, strategy, and self-mastery. The very title evokes a sense of impending change, doesn't it? It suggests that the calm before the storm is fading, and something significant is about to unfold. This chapter delves deeply into a crucial life skill, the art of preparing for an inevitable confrontation. Now, a confrontation doesn't necessarily mean a dramatic conflict with another person. It can manifest as a looming deadline that demands peak performance, a challenging conversation with a loved one, a difficult career decision, or even an internal battle with self-doubt or fear. Life, in its beautiful complexity, guarantees that such moments will arise. They are not to be avoided, for often, they are the very crucible in which our strongest selves are forged. The wisdom isn't in wishing away the storm, but in learning how to build a vessel sturdy enough to navigate its fiercest waves. This principle is certainly true for a character like Montana, whose world is often unpredictable and demanding, calling for a constant state of readiness. But it's also true for each and every one of us, as we face our own unique storms. How then, do we prepare for these inevitable moments, not just to survive them, but to emerge stronger and more capable? It begins with a dual approach, anticipating the challenges that lie ahead, and then, rigorously preparing ourselves, both mentally and physically, to meet them. Let's first unpack the profound importance of anticipating challenges. This isn't about dwelling on negativity or inviting worry into your mind, rather, it's about strategic foresight, a proactive stance that allows you to see around corners before you actually get there. Think of it as a chess master meticulously planning several moves ahead, not just reacting to their opponent's immediate play. When you anticipate challenges, you are essentially creating a mental map of the terrain, identifying potential pitfalls, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of the opposing force, be it a person, a circumstance, or even your own limitations, and then formulating a series of contingent strategies. This isn't a passive exercise, it's an active engagement with future possibilities. Consider the true story of a seasoned CEO preparing for a crucial board meeting where she knew a contentious proposal would be heavily scrutinized, perhaps even met with outright resistance. She didn't merely show up with her presentation. Days, even weeks, beforehand, she meticulously mapped out every possible objection. What if they question the budget allocation? What if they challenge the timeline? What if a key board member tries to derail the entire initiative? She didn't just stop at identifying these challenges, she went further. For each potential obstacle, she crafted concise, data-backed responses, prepared alternative scenarios, and even identified allies on the board who might support her. She also anticipated the emotional tone of the room, preparing for potential aggression or dismissiveness, and rehearsing how she would maintain her composure and authoritative presence. This level of foresight transformed what could have been a chaotic debate into a controlled, strategic discussion, allowing her to gracefully navigate through the most pointed questions and ultimately secure approval for her proposal. From a psychological perspective, why does this meticulous anticipation matter so much? Firstly, it significantly reduces anxiety and stress. The unknown is often far more terrifying than the known. When you have systematically considered potential problems, those problems lose some of their power to surprise and overwhelm you. You feel more in control, more empowered, because you've already begun to formulate solutions. This proactive thinking shifts your mindset from being a victim of circumstances to becoming. Beyond the mental, their physical preparation is also holistic, ensuring optimal nutrition, adhering to strict sleep schedules, and undergoing recovery therapies to keep their bodies primed and resilient. They understand that on the day of the event, every fraction of a second, every nuance of their mental state, and every ounce of their physical energy will be critical. This comprehensive approach means they step onto the field not just physically ready, but also mentally and emotionally fortified, able to access their peak performance when it matters most. Their success isn't just about their skill, it's about their total readiness. Psychologically, preparing yourself in this holistic manner fosters incredible resilience and self-efficacy. When you know you've done everything in your power to get yourself ready, it creates an unshakable inner confidence. Mental preparation, through visualization and positive affirmation, essentially pre-programs your mind for success, making you more likely to recognize opportunities and less likely to be derailed by unexpected challenges. It also enhances your ability to regulate your emotions. When you're aware of how stress affects you, you can employ techniques to remain calm, focused, and articulate, rather than being swept away by fear or anger. Physically, ensuring adequate rest, nutrition, and exercise means your brain is operating at its optimal capacity, allowing for clearer thought, faster processing, and sustained energy, which is invaluable during high-stakes situations. It's a powerful feedback loop. Feeling physically robust contributes to mental strength, and a strong mind helps you maintain physical well-being. So, how do you put this into practice? For mental preparation, integrate mindfulness or meditation into your routine, even for just a few minutes a day. This helps you center yourself and observe your thoughts without judgment. Practice positive affirmations. Remind yourself of your strengths, your past successes, and your capacity to handle what's coming. Visualize the situation unfolding successfully, seeing yourself calm, articulate, and effective. If you find yourself dwelling on negative possibilities, consciously reframe those thoughts into constructive challenges you are equipped to face. Breathing exercises are incredibly powerful for calming the nervous system in the moment of truth. For physical preparation, prioritize sleep in the days leading up to the confrontation. Aim for consistent, quality rest. Fuel your body with nutritious food that sustains your energy levels and supports cognitive function. Avoid excessive sugar, caffeine, or processed foods that can lead to energy crashes or heightened anxiety. Engage in some form of light exercise, even a brisk walk, to release tension and boost your mood. And finally, consider what you will wear. Choose attire that makes you feel confident, comfortable, and professional, as this can subtly impact your posture and presence. These might seem like small details, but collectively, they create a powerful advantage. In summary, the storm gathering isn't an ominous warning, it's an empowering call to action. We've explored how anticipating challenges allows us to navigate the unknown with greater control and less fear, transforming potential crises into manageable situations. We've also delved into the profound impact of preparing ourselves holistically, both mentally and physically, ensuring that we bring our best selves to the forefront when it matters most. This dual strategy, foresight and self-fortification, isn't about eliminating life's storms, but about building an unshakable inner core and an adaptable external strategy that allows us to not only weather them, but to sail through them, emerging stronger, wiser, and more capable than before. Just as Montana, in her journey, must learn to read the signs of an impending challenge and shore up her own resources, so too can we. As we move forward, remember these lessons, for the next chapter often brings the moment when all our preparations are put to. Chapter 14, Surviving the Elements. Welcome back, dear listener, to That Girl Montana. In our journey through Montana's world, we've seen her triumphs and trials, her moments of profound joy and challenging introspection. Today, in Chapter 14, we delve into a concept that echoes throughout life itself: surviving the elements. This isn't merely about facing a sudden downpour on an open prairie or battling a relentless winter blizzard, although those are certainly vivid images that come to mind. No, surviving the elements is a profound metaphor for navigating the literal and metaphorical storms that invariably arise in our lives. It's about more than just enduring, it's about learning, adapting, and ultimately, thriving even when the world around you seems determined to test your very foundations. Think for a moment about those times when life has thrown an unexpected curveball your way. Perhaps it was a sudden career setback, a personal loss that shook your world, or an unforeseen challenge that demanded every ounce of your mental and emotional fortitude. These are our personal elements, aren't they? The biting winds of criticism, the scorching heat of intense pressure, the chilling isolation of loneliness, or the suffocating fog of uncertainty. Just as a mountaineer must respect and prepare for the unpredictable forces of nature, so too must we cultivate an inner strength to face our own internal and external storms. This chapter explores how Montana, and indeed how all of us, can not only withstand these powerful forces but emerge stronger and more capable on the other side. It's a call to arms for your inner resilience, a guide to finding your footing when the ground beneath you feels unstable, and a reminder that every challenge overcome builds the very character of your soul. Our journey through this concept of survival brings us to two crucial pillars. The first, and perhaps most foundational, is the ability to stay resilient under pressure. What does it truly mean to be resilient? It's not about being impervious to pain or immune to stress, rather, it's the remarkable capacity to bounce back, to adapt, to grow stronger in the face of adversity. It's the bend don't break philosophy in action, a quiet but potent refusal to be defined or defeated by the difficulties you encounter. Consider Sarah, a vibrant entrepreneur who poured her heart and soul into building a beloved local bookstore, a community hub filled with the aroma of coffee and the rustle of turning pages. Then, a severe economic downturn hit, an unexpected financial blizzard that threatened to wipe out everything she had meticulously cultivated. The pressure was immense, bills mounted, loyal customers dwindled, and the weight of her employees' livelihoods rested squarely on her shoulders. Many would have succumbed to despair, allowing the storm to consume their spirit, but Sarah, with a quiet strength that belied her initial panic, refused to be swept away. Instead of lamenting what was lost, she adapted. She organized online literary events, started a local delivery service, and even converted a small section of her store into a curated artisan gift shop, diversifying her offerings. She faced the pressure head-on, not by ignoring it, but by responding creatively and persistently. Psychologically, this ability to stay resilient under pressure is absolutely paramount to our well-being and long-term success. When we encounter significant stressors, our bodies and minds naturally enter a state of alarm. Without resilience, this state can lead to burnout, chronic anxiety, and a pervasive sense of helplessness. Resilience acts as a psychological buffer, enabling us to process difficult emotions without being consumed by them. It cultivates a growth mindset, allowing us to see challenges not as insurmountable barriers but as opportunities for learning and personal evolution. It fosters a sense of self-efficacy, the belief in our own ability to succeed, which is vital for maintaining motivation and taking proactive steps towards solutions. When you feel resilient, you approach problems with. This inner fortitude allows you to navigate the storms of life with a compass of hope and a map of determined action. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? First, practice mindfulness and self-awareness. Recognize when you're feeling overwhelmed and allow yourself to acknowledge those emotions without judgment. Secondly, cultivate a strong support network. Surround yourself with people who uplift you, offer constructive advice, and remind you of your strengths when you feel weak. Thirdly, engage in regular self-care activities, whether it's exercise, meditation, hobbies, or simply spending time in nature. These acts replenish your energy reserves, making you more robust against future stressors. Finally, reframe your setbacks. Instead of viewing failures as definitive ends, see them as valuable data points, lessons that guide you toward a better approach next time. Every time you face a challenge and choose to adapt rather than surrender, you are building your resilience muscle, brick by emotional brick. Now, let's turn our attention to the second crucial element of survival, the unwavering focus on survival and progress, no matter how daunting the odds. When you're lost in a metaphorical wilderness, it's incredibly easy to become paralyzed by the sheer enormity of the situation. The instinct to despair can be overwhelming. But true survival, both literal and figurative, depends on breaking down the overwhelming into the manageable, and taking one deliberate step forward at a time. Imagine Alex, an experienced solo hiker, who unexpectedly finds himself disoriented and alone in a dense, unfamiliar forest after a sudden, blinding fog rolls in, completely obscuring his trail markers. The initial wave of panic is a natural human response, a primal scream of fear at the vastness of the unknown. But Alex, drawing upon his training and inner resolve, quickly understood that panic was a luxury he couldn't afford. His immediate imperative shifted from distress to deliberate action. He didn't waste time lamenting his bad luck. Instead, he methodically assessed his resources, checking his compass, evaluating his remaining supplies, and identifying potential natural shelters. He didn't try to find his way out of the entire forest at once. Instead, he focused on a series of small, critical tasks, finding a water source, building a makeshift shelter for the night, and preparing a signal fire. Each small victory, each step of progress, however minor, rebuilt his confidence and propelled him forward. His focus was not on the impossible goal of instantly being home, but on the achievable goal of making it through the next hour, then the next, always moving toward a clearer path. Psychologically, this laser focus on survival and progress is a powerful antidote to overwhelm and paralysis. When faced with a monumental task or a crisis, our brains can shut down, triggering fight, flight, or freeze responses. By breaking down the problem into smaller, actionable steps, we shift our cognitive process from a state of fear-driven chaos to one of logical problem-solving. This creates a sense of control, even in uncontrollable situations, which is profoundly empowering. Each small step completed releases dopamine, the brain's reward chemical, fostering a positive feedback loop that encourages further action and reinforces the belief that progress is possible. This methodical approach combats the feeling of hopelessness and allows us to maintain momentum, conserving mental energy that might otherwise be squandered on worry or self-doubt. It's about recognizing that even the longest journey begins with a single step, and sometimes, that single step is simply to take a deep breath and decide what comes next. So, how can you practically integrate this survival mindset into your daily life and challenges? Start by adopting a one thing at a time philosophy. When a large project or problem presents itself, resist the urge to tackle everything at once. Instead, identify the very first, smallest actionable step you can take. Write it. Chapter 15, The Healing Touch. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 15, The Healing Touch. In our journey through the life of that girl Montana, we've witnessed grit, resilience, and an unyielding spirit in the face of a wild and often unforgiving frontier. We've seen her navigate treacherous landscapes, confront daunting challenges, and emerge, time and again, with a strength that seems to defy the very elements. But even the strongest among us, those who forge paths where none existed, eventually reach a point where the only way forward is to pause, to recover, and to tend to the wounds, both visible and invisible. This chapter delves into the profound concept of recovery and, in doing so, reveals a softer, perhaps unexpected, side to the rugged frontier, not just in its physical landscape, but within the hearts of those who call it home. The core concept we explore today is this: recovery is not a retreat, but a strategic advance. It is a vital period of restoration that allows for deeper growth, renewed strength, and a broadened perspective. After relentless striving, what does it mean to truly heal? How do we find tenderness in a world that often demands toughness? The frontier, in its raw beauty, teaches us cycles of growth and dormancy, of storms and clear skies. So too must our personal journeys encompass periods of intense effort followed by times of gentle recuperation. This isn't about giving up, it's about recognizing the wisdom in knowing when to lean in, and when to lie low, allowing life's natural forces, and indeed, the kindness of others, to mend what has been broken or worn thin. It's about discovering that even the most formidable spirits benefit immeasurably from an embrace of vulnerability and the solace found in genuine connection. Our first crucial point today is to allow yourself time to heal. It sounds simple, doesn't it? Yet, for many of us, especially those with an inherent drive like our protagonist Montana, the idea of pausing, of stepping back, can feel like a weakness, a concession to defeat. We live in a world that glorifies constant motion, continuous output, and unwavering productivity. But what happens when the tank is empty? What happens when the mind is weary, and the body aches from persistent strain? Consider, for a moment, an incident in Montana's own story. Perhaps after a grueling cattle drive, fraught with stampedes, harsh weather, and sleepless nights, she sustained a deep gash on her arm from a thorny bush, or perhaps even a nasty fall from her horse. Her instinct, no doubt, would be to simply bind it up, dismiss the pain, and continue her duties, her fierce independence urging her forward. The ranch hand might offer advice to rest, to let it mend, but her pride would likely push back. She might initially ignore the throbbing, insisting she was fine, that there was work to be done. But as days turn into a week, the wound might fester, her movements become stiff and painful, and her overall energy wane. Only when the pain becomes truly debilitating, or perhaps when a trusted elder figure firmly insists, does she finally relent, allowing herself the necessary quiet to recover. It's in that stillness, as the pain subsides and her body begins its intricate work of repair, that she might truly appreciate the profound wisdom of pausing. Psychologically, why does this matter so deeply? Our bodies are incredible self-healing machines, but they require resources and an environment conducive to repair. When we deny ourselves this time, we are essentially asking our system to run on fumes while simultaneously patching itself up. This leads to what psychologists call chronic stress, which can suppress the immune system, impair cognitive function, and contribute to burnout. Our minds, too, need processing time. After trauma or prolonged exertion, the brain needs to consolidate experiences, regulate emotions, and restore its neural pathways. Rushing this process can lead to unresolved emotional baggage, heightened anxiety, and a diminished capacity for future challenges. Allowing time to heal isn't laziness, it's an intelligent investment in your long-term well-being and peak performance. It acknowledges that true strength is not the absence of vulnerability, but the courage to honor it. So, how can we practically apply this wisdom in our own lives? First, learn to recognize your personal signals. Are you feeling constantly fatigued, irritable, or unusually sensitive? Is your focus wavering, or are you struggling to make decisions? These are not character flaws, they are your body and mind screaming for a break. Second, schedule intentional downtime. This isn't just about sleeping, it's about engaging in activities that genuinely replenish you, whether it's reading a book, spending time in nature, pursuing a hobby, or simply sitting in quiet contemplation. Even 5 or 10 minutes of mindful breathing can make a significant difference. Third, challenge the societal pressure to always be on. It's perfectly acceptable, and indeed essential, to say no, to delegate, or to simply step away. Remember, healing is an active process, not a passive one. It requires your conscious participation and a generous dose of self-compassion. This brings us seamlessly to our second vital point, accepting help from others. This can be even more challenging than allowing ourselves to heal, particularly for those of us who pride ourselves on self-sufficiency and independence, much like that girl Montana. The frontier spirit often extols the virtues of standing alone, of conquering challenges without relying on a soul. But is that truly the path to sustained strength and happiness? Imagine Montana, still recovering from her injury, finding herself struggling with a heavy task, perhaps hauling water or mending a fence. Her arm aches, her movements are tentative. A new settler, perhaps a kind-hearted woman who has recently arrived and is still finding her feet, notices Montana's struggle. She hesitates, seeing Montana's reputation for unwavering independence, but then cautiously approaches, offering to lend a hand, not out of pity, but out of genuine human kindness and a shared understanding of the frontier's demands. Montana's initial instinct might be to stiffen, to politely decline, perhaps even to resent the perceived intrusion. Her pride would whisper, "You can do this yourself. You always have." But the settler persists, perhaps simply starting to help without further question, and in that moment of shared effort, a barrier crumbles. The weight becomes lighter, the task gets done faster, and more. Chapter 16, Unmasking the Truth. Welcome back, dear listener, to That Girl Montana, and a very pivotal moment in our journey, Chapter 16, Unmasking the Truth. This chapter delves into a concept that resonates deeply within all our lives, the profound act of revealing hidden identities and uncovering true motives. It's about pulling back the veils, dismantling illusions, and confronting the often complex, sometimes uncomfortable, realities that lie beneath the surface of appearances. Have you ever felt that nagging suspicion, that flicker of intuition telling you there's more to a situation, or even a person, than meets the eye? This chapter is your guide to navigating precisely those moments, urging us to look beyond the obvious, to question what is presented, and to seek a deeper, more authentic understanding of the world around us and, crucially, within ourselves. It's a journey not just of discovery, but of liberation, as truth, however challenging, always sets us free to move forward with clarity and purpose. Our exploration of unmasking the truth begins with a crucial key point, the imperative to seek the truth in complex situations. Life rarely offers us straightforward answers, does it? We're often presented with narratives, facts, and emotional landscapes that are intricate, multi-layered, and sometimes deliberately obscured. To truly unmask the truth means committing to a diligent and persistent inquiry, rather than accepting the easiest or most convenient explanation. Consider the compelling narrative of a historical mystery, like the true identity of the person behind a famous, anonymously written, yet profoundly impactful work of art or literature. For decades, experts might argue over authorship, swayed by circumstantial evidence or popular consensus. Yet, the dedicated historian or literary detective delves into obscure archives, analyzes linguistic patterns, scrutinizes personal letters, and cross-references timelines, patiently piecing together fragments of information that, when combined, paint a picture entirely different from the widely accepted myth. They don't just read the headlines, they investigate the footnotes. They understand that a complex truth is rarely found in a single document or a lone testimony, but rather emerges from the careful synthesis of diverse, often contradictory, sources. From a psychological perspective, This persistent quest for truth is incredibly important because our brains are naturally wired for efficiency and pattern recognition, which can sometimes lead us to jump to conclusions or cling to familiar, albeit inaccurate, narratives. We're susceptible to cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias, where we actively seek out information that confirms our existing beliefs, or the halo effect, where positive impressions of a person or situation can lead us to overlook their flaws or complexities. The discomfort of ambiguity, the mental energy required to process conflicting information, and even the emotional resistance to overturning a comforting lie can all deter us from seeking deeper truths. But embracing the complexity, acknowledging that reality can be messy and multifaceted, allows us to develop a more nuanced understanding, fostering greater empathy, better decision-making, and a more robust foundation for our own beliefs. It builds our mental resilience and our capacity for critical thought. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? First, cultivate a healthy skepticism. This doesn't mean cynicism, but rather a gentle questioning of assumptions, including your own. When faced with a complex situation, resist the urge to form an immediate judgment. Instead, actively seek out multiple perspectives. Talk to different people involved, read diverse viewpoints, and challenge the initial story presented. Secondly, practice active listening, truly hearing what others are saying, not just waiting for your turn to speak. Pay attention to both what is said and what remains unsaid, to nonverbal cues and subtle inconsistencies. And finally, be prepared to sit with discomfort. The truth can sometimes be unsettling, requiring us to reevaluate our preconceived notions or even admit we were wrong. This willingness to adjust your understanding in light of new information is a hallmark of intellectual humility and a vital step in unmasking truth. Moving beyond external complexities, our second key point invites us to look inward, the vital necessity of being honest with yourself. While it's challenging to uncover hidden truths about others or situations, perhaps the most difficult form of unmasking comes when we turn the spotlight on our own identities and motives. Have you ever found yourself pursuing a path, a relationship, or even a self-image that, deep down, didn't quite feel right, but you persisted anyway? Consider the poignant real-world example of an individual who spends years building a highly successful career in a prestigious field, earning accolades and significant financial rewards, yet experiences a persistent, gnawing emptiness. Outwardly, they are the picture of success, living the life society deems desirable. But inwardly, they are profoundly unhappy, realizing they are performing. Chapter 17, The Bounty Hunter's Trail. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 17, The Bounty Hunter's Trail, a chapter that plunges us into the heart of suspense and strategic cunning within the rugged landscape of That Girl Montana. Here, the air crackles with impalpable tension, not merely from the relentless pursuit of a bounty hunter, but from a deeper, more profound chase, the pursuit of our own destiny amidst formidable adversity. The core concept we're about to deeply explore today is thrillingly simple yet profoundly impactful, the art of a thrilling pursuit and the ultimate triumph of outsmarting the enemy. Have you ever felt the intense pressure of someone or something relentlessly chasing you, whether it's a looming deadline, a persistent critic, or perhaps even the insidious whispers of your own self-doubt? This chapter serves as a masterclass in navigating such high-stakes scenarios, revealing the immense power inherent in foresight and the strategic deployment of one's unique abilities. It's about turning the tables, not just surviving the chase, but dictating its terms, forcing your pursuer to react to your every calculated move. Let us now delve into our first pivotal insight, a principle as crucial in the wild expanse of Montana as it is in the intricate pathways of our modern lives, the imperative to stay one step ahead of negativity. In the narratives of That Girl Montana, this might manifest as our protagonist, perhaps Montana herself, anticipating a bounty hunter's next move, predicting their likely approach based on terrain, supplies, or even their personal temperament. It's about more than just evasion, it's about mental chess, where you're always several moves ahead, orchestrating the environment to your advantage. Consider, for instance, a master strategist in a true-to-life business negotiation. They don't just react to their opponent's offer, they've already envisioned several potential counter-offers, researched the competitor's weak points, and even predicted potential emotional responses, preparing their own calm, data-driven replies. This proactive stance neutralizes threats before they fully materialize, much like a skilled tracker reading faint signs to avoid an ambush entirely. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly? Because negativity, in all its forms, fear, anxiety, despair, or external threats, tends to constrict our perspective, narrowing our field of vision and stifling our creativity. When we allow ourselves to be solely reactive, we hand over control of the narrative, becoming pawns in someone else's game. By choosing to stay one step ahead, we maintain an expansive mindset, one that fosters innovative solutions and preserves our emotional equilibrium. It transforms a potential crisis into a strategic puzzle, where the solutions are hidden, but discoverable, rather than insurmountable obstacles. This foresight cultivates resilience, building a mental fortitude that recognizes challenges not as dead ends, but as detours that require thoughtful navigation. So, how can we practically apply this in our own daily pursuits? Begin by cultivating a habit of anticipation. Before a crucial meeting, mentally rehearse various scenarios and formulate responses. Before embarking on a new project, identify potential pitfalls and brainstorm mitigation strategies. Regularly engage in what-if thinking, not to foster anxiety, but to build a robust mental toolkit for unforeseen circumstances. This isn't about dwelling on problems, it's about systematically dismantling them before they gain traction, ensuring you are always the one leading the dance, rather than merely following. Our second profound lesson from the Bounty Hunter's Trail emphasizes the vital importance of using your unique skills to overcome threats. In the raw wilderness of Montana, our hero might possess an unparalleled understanding of the local flora and fauna, knowing which plants offer sustenance and which provide concealment, or perhaps they have an innate ability to move silently through dense forest, a skill honed by years of living off the land. This isn't about generic competence, it's about leveraging those distinct talents that are uniquely yours, the ones that set you apart. Think of a renowned architect whose unique vision allows them to see structural solutions where others only see limitations, or a gifted communicator who can de-escalate a tense situation with just the right words and tone, a skill often overlooked but incredibly powerful. These are not merely talents, they are strategic advantages waiting to be deployed. From a psychological perspective, recognizing and deploying your unique skills is a powerful affirmation of your self-worth and capability. It combats feelings of helplessness and imbues you with a sense of agency, transforming you from a potential victim into a resourceful problem solver. When you lean into your strengths, you are operating from a place of confidence and authentic power, which not only improves your chances of success but also reinforces a positive self-image. Chapter 18: A Heart Divided. My dear listener, welcome back to our journey through the vibrant, often challenging, world of That Girl Montana. In this 18th chapter, aptly titled A Heart Divided, we delve into a crucible that many of us encounter at various points in our lives, the intricate dance between burgeoning romantic tension and the steadfast pursuit of personal independence. It's a profound internal conflict, isn't it? One where the pull of connection, of shared intimacy, begins to challenge the very foundations of self-reliance and the meticulously crafted path toward individual aspirations. Montana, our protagonist, finds herself precisely at this crossroads, navigating the swirling currents of new affections while desperately clinging to the autonomy she has fought so hard to cultivate. This chapter isn't merely about choosing between two people, it's about the more fundamental choice between two versions of oneself, or perhaps, the arduous task of integrating them seamlessly. One of the most crucial elements to ponder when exploring such a heart-divided scenario is how we, as individuals, endeavor to balance the intoxicating allure of new relationships with the vital importance of our personal goals. Have you ever felt that exquisite tension, where the time and energy you once poured into your dreams suddenly feel diverted, or at least diluted, by the presence of another? Consider, for instance, a gifted musician, utterly dedicated to mastering their craft, spending countless hours in solitary practice, composing, and refining their art. Then, a captivating new love enters their life, bringing with it the promise of shared evenings, weekend getaways, and spontaneous adventures. Suddenly, that sacred practice time feels encroached upon, those quiet moments of creative solitude replaced by the joyous cacophony of partnership. The psychological undercurrents here are fascinating. We are, at our core, social beings wired for connection, for belonging. Yet, we also possess a deeply ingrained need for self-actualization, for achieving our unique potential. The conflict arises when these two fundamental human needs appear to be at odds. There's often a subconscious fear of losing oneself in a relationship, of sacrificing one's identity on the altar of togetherness, or conversely, a fear of pushing away a precious connection by appearing too selfish or driven. To navigate this delicate terrain, practical steps are essential. Begin by clearly identifying your non-negotiable personal goals and the time commitments they require. Then, engage in open, honest conversations with your partner, expressing these aspirations and asking for their understanding and support. Perhaps you can schedule dedicated time blocks for your pursuits, making it clear that these are vital for your well-being, while also scheduling dedicated, quality time together. It's about integration, not elimination, finding that harmonious rhythm where both aspects of your life can flourish without diminishing the other. This leads us organically to our second indispensable lesson, the absolute necessity of communicating your needs clearly and effectively. In the throes of new romance, particularly when a heart is divided, it's incredibly easy to fall into the trap of unspoken expectations, of assuming your partner will instinctively understand your internal struggles or recognize your unspoken needs for space, support, or even simply reassurance. Imagine a scenario where one partner is under immense pressure at work, striving for a promotion that would significantly advance their career. They might implicitly need more quiet evenings at home, fewer social engagements, and perhaps even a comforting silence rather than constant conversation. However, if they don't articulate these needs, their partner might interpret their withdrawal as disinterest or even a lack of affection, leading to hurt feelings and resentment. Psychologically, the reasons we often fail to communicate are multifaceted: a fear of appearing needy or demanding, an ingrained belief that a truly loving partner should simply know what we require without being told, or a deep-seated desire to avoid potential conflict altogether, mistakenly believing that silence preserves peace. Yet, this very silence often breeds more significant misunderstandings, frustration, and distance than any direct, candid conversation ever could. To bridge this communicative gap, practice using I statements to express your feelings and needs without assigning blame or making accusations. For example, instead of proclaiming, "You never give me space," try a more constructive approach like, "I feel overwhelmed when I don't have enough alone time, and I find I really need an hour to myself each evening to truly recharge." Choose the right moment for these crucial conversations, ensuring that both parties are calm, unhurried, and genuinely receptive to listening, not in the heat of an argument or when one person is distracted. Actively listen to your partner's response, acknowledging their feelings and validating their perspective, even if it differs initially from your own. Remember, clarity isn't about exerting control, it's profoundly about fostering mutual understanding, building trust, and nurturing a genuine, resilient connection through radical transparency. As Montana grapples with her own heart divided, oscillating between the tantalizing possibility of love and the unwavering call of her independent spirit, these are the very lessons she, and indeed we, must internalize for personal growth. The journey isn't about definitively choosing one over the other, but rather about bravely harmonizing these powerful, often conflicting, forces within us. It's about building a life rich in both profound connection and deeply satisfying personal fulfillment, ensuring that your heart, though perhaps momentarily divided by life's complexities, ultimately finds its whole, authentic, and vibrant rhythm. Next, we will explore the pivotal choices Montana makes, and the consequences, both expected and unforeseen, that follow her courageous and evolving decisions. Chapter 19, The Stand at Eagle Creek. Welcome back as we venture into Chapter 19, The Stand at Eagle Creek, a title that immediately grips us with its promise of high drama and ultimate confrontation. This isn't just another waypoint on a map, it represents the absolute climax of a demanding physical journey, culminating in a brave, defiant standoff. Can you feel the tension building, the stakes soaring? It's a moment that forces characters, and indeed, ourselves, to confront fundamental truths. Our first crucial lesson from this pivotal chapter is the imperative to face your biggest obstacle head-on. Think of any classic adventure narrative, from Luke Skywalker finally confronting Darth Vader to Captain Ahab's relentless, albeit tragic, pursuit of Moby Dick. These aren't merely fictional tales, they embody our deeply human need to finally, resolutely, address the challenges that loom largest in our lives, the ones we often dread the most. Psychologically, this act of direct confrontation is profoundly empowering. It transforms fear into an unshakable resolve, and debilitating doubt into firm conviction. It's precisely at this juncture, when we refuse to shy away, that true growth occurs, and character is forged under pressure. For us, this means identifying that one daunting task, that complex situation, or that personal hurdle we've perhaps been avoiding. Is it a difficult conversation you need to have, a neglected project that's weighing on your mind, or a persistent personal habit you know needs changing? How can you prepare, gather your mental and emotional resources, and take that decisive first step towards engaging it directly? Remember, even the longest, most arduous journey truly begins with that very first intentional, courageous step. Equally vital to understanding the stand at Eagle Creek is the unwavering drive to protect what matters most to you. Consider a parent instinctively shielding their child from danger, or a passionate activist making a courageous public stand to defend a cherished principle against overwhelming opposition. Such acts are not just heroic, they spring from the very core of our being, from what we deem truly invaluable and irreplaceable. Psychologically, this deep dedication to protection imbues our lives with profound meaning and purpose. It serves to clarify our values, highlighting with stark clarity what we are willing to expend our precious energy, time, and even personal courage for. What are those non-negotiables in your own life? Is it your family's well-being, your personal integrity, your physical or mental health, or perhaps a deeply cherished dream you are fiercely working to achieve? How can you consciously, proactively safeguard these treasures against the inevitable challenges, the encroaching distractions, and the potential threats of the world. It requires consistent vigilance, steadfast commitment, and sometimes, a very public, very brave stand. Chapter 19, The Stand at Eagle Creek, therefore becomes a powerful, resonant metaphor for those defining moments in our own lives when we are called to action, to bravely confront our greatest fears and steadfastly defend the values and people we hold dearest. What will your stand at Eagle Creek be? In our next chapter, we will explore the aftermath of such a decisive moment, and the new landscapes that emerge once the battle is done. Chapter 20, Justice in the Wild. Welcome back, dear listener, to That Girl Montana. Today, we delve into Chapter 20, Justice in the Wild, a title that immediately stirs images of raw, unfiltered fairness, where the natural world often serves as the ultimate arbiter. What does it truly mean to achieve justice and resolve deep-seated conflicts when conventional systems might be distant, ineffective, or simply non-existent? In this chapter, we explore the often rugged, sometimes harsh, but frequently profoundly satisfying conclusion to the central struggles our characters face, where the very landscape seems to demand accountability and balance. It's about facing the natural consequences, both good and ill, that your actions have sown, and finding a resolution that resonates with the primal sense of right and wrong. Our journey through this chapter first compels us to consider the critical act of advocating for justice. Have you ever felt that unsettling, persistent gnawing sensation when something is undeniably wrong, and no one seems willing or able to address it? It's in these very moments, much like our resilient characters navigating the untamed territories of Montana, that one must find the courage to step forward and speak truth to power, or perhaps, to the wild itself. Imagine the powerful narrative of a character like young Caleb, who, witnessing a blatant betrayal of trust within his small community, chose not to remain silent. Despite his youth and the potential repercussions from older, more influential figures, Caleb meticulously gathered what little evidence he could, shared his observations with unwavering honesty, and steadfastly refused to let the deception continue unchecked. His steadfast commitment not only exposed a hidden injustice but also ignited a broader conversation about integrity and communal responsibility. Psychologically, advocating for justice isn't just about correcting an external wrong. It is a fundamental and powerful affirmation of your own deeply held values and moral fortitude. It strengthens your internal sense of integrity, solidifies your moral compass, and unequivocally signals to yourself and to the wider world that you stand firmly for what is right, thereby fostering a profound sense of self-respect and psychological coherence. Practically, how do we apply this in our own lives, even without a sweeping Montana landscape? Begin by clearly identifying and articulating your core values. Then, when confronted with an injustice, however small, speak up calmly yet firmly. Document facts, seek out allies who share your commitment, and always remember that your individual voice, no matter how quiet it may seem, possesses an immense, often underestimated, power to shift the balance towards fairness. Following the act of advocacy, Chapter 20 equally emphasizes the necessity of accepting the outcomes of your hard work, whatever they may be. After all the struggles, the sacrifices, the relentless pursuit of what is right, there invariably comes a moment of reckoning, a point where the results of your efforts materialize. How do we embrace these conclusions, especially when they might not perfectly align with our initial expectations, yet represent a genuine resolution? Consider the arduous journey of Sarah, who spent years tirelessly working to reclaim her family's lost land, battling legal obstacles and formidable opponents. When the final verdict was delivered, it wasn't a complete victory, but it offered a partial triumph and a path to peace she hadn't anticipated. Sarah's acceptance of this outcome, understanding it was the direct result of her unwavering dedication and the best possible resolution under the circumstances, allowed her to finally lay down her burden and begin to heal. Psychologically, accepting the outcomes of your hard work is absolutely crucial for personal growth and moving forward constructively. It prevents the insidious trap of endless rumination, bitterness, or an insatiable need for a perfect resolution that may never arrive. It is about acknowledging the profound effort you exerted, learning from the process, and taking ownership of your journey, regardless of the final destination. This acceptance grants you closure, liberates your mental energy, and empowers you to transition to the next phase of your life with wisdom. Practically, how can we cultivate this vital acceptance? Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present moment. Reflect deeply on the entirety of your effort, acknowledging your resilience. Differentiate between what was truly within your control and what was not. Celebrate every small victory along the way, and, importantly, view any setbacks not as failures, but as invaluable opportunities for learning and recalibration. So, as we close this chapter, Justice in the Wild, remember that true justice is a dynamic process involving both the courage to advocate for what is right and the wisdom to accept the ultimate outcomes of your dedicated efforts. It's about finding balance and resolution, even in the most untamed corners of life. What new landscapes of understanding will unfold in our next chapter? Join us then. Chapter 21, Forgiveness and Fury. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 21 of That Girl Montana, Forgiveness and Fury. Today, we embark on a profound exploration of two incredibly potent human emotions, often intertwined yet fundamentally distinct in their ultimate impact on our lives. We're delving into the intricate dance of letting go, specifically, letting go of the anger that can fester when we've been wronged. It's a journey not just about processing what happened, but about reclaiming your peace, your power, and your future. Have you ever found yourself replaying a moment of injustice over and over again in your mind, feeling that familiar knot tighten in your stomach, wishing you could rewrite the past? That persistent anger, that simmering resentment, can feel like a heavy chain, binding us to the very people and events we wish to escape. Our core concept today is precisely about severing that chain, letting go of anger toward those who have wronged you. It's a concept that sounds simple, almost too easy, yet it demands immense courage and self-awareness. It's not about excusing harmful behavior or forgetting pain, it's about choosing your freedom over perpetual emotional imprisonment. Let's begin by exploring our first key point, practicing forgiveness for your own peace. This isn't a passive act, nor is it an endorsement of the injury. True forgiveness, as we discuss it here, is an active, conscious decision to release the bitterness and resentment that has taken root within you. It's a profound gift you give yourself. Consider the story of Evelyn, a woman who for years carried a deep-seated anger towards her former business partner, Marcus. He had betrayed their trust, embezzling funds that cost Evelyn her life savings and nearly destroyed her reputation. The initial fury was understandable, a raw, burning injustice. But as time wore on, Evelyn found herself consumed by it. Every waking moment was tainted by thoughts of Marcus, by fantasies of his downfall, by the endless rehashing of what he had done. She developed chronic headaches, struggled with insomnia, and found it difficult to form new, trusting relationships. Her friends noticed she was perpetually tense, always on edge. One day, after another sleepless night spent seething, she had an epiphany. Marcus was living his life, likely oblivious to the daily torment he was still inflicting upon her. Her anger was hurting no one but herself. It was a poison she was drinking, hoping he would somehow feel its effects. That realization was her turning point. She decided, not to reconcile with Marcus, not to forget the harm, but to forgive him for her own well-being. She started small, journaling her feelings, acknowledging the pain without fueling the rage. She recognized that her continued anger kept her tethered to him, making her a victim twice over. The process was slow, arduous even, but gradually, Evelyn felt the tension dissipate. The headaches lessened, sleep returned, and she found the mental space to rebuild her life, eventually starting a successful new venture. She never reached out to Marcus, nor did she ever condone his actions, but she freed herself from his emotional grip. Her forgiveness wasn't for him, it was for her unburdening. From a psychological perspective, this journey is vital because chronic anger and resentment are incredibly corrosive to our mental and physical health. When we continuously ruminate on past hurts, our bodies are flooded with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. This sustained physiological arousal can lead to a host of health problems, including high blood pressure, weakened immune function, increased risk of heart disease, and digestive issues. Mentally, it clouds our judgment, impairs our ability to focus, and can lead to anxiety, depression, and a general sense of cynicism about the world. Forgiveness, conversely, is an act of self-care. It doesn't mean forgetting or condoning the offense, it means choosing to detach from the suffering that holding onto anger inflicts upon you. It allows you to shift your energy from dwelling on the past to Don't suppress it or pretend it doesn't exist. Give yourself permission to feel it fully, without judgment. Second, try journaling. Write a letter to the person who wronged you, detailing every raw emotion, every hurt, every injustice you feel. You never have to send it, the act of writing is the release. This helps externalize the feelings. Third, practice empathy, not to excuse their actions, but to understand the circumstances or motivations that might have led to their behavior. This can sometimes depersonalize the offense and reduce its emotional hold. Fourth, visualize the release. Imagine your anger as a heavy burden, then picture yourself setting it down, watching it dissipate. Fifth, engage in mindfulness and meditation practices that focus on letting go. There are guided meditations specifically for forgiveness that can be incredibly powerful. Remember, forgiveness is a process, not a single event. It may require repeated efforts, small incremental steps, and immense patience with yourself. And if the anger feels overwhelming, never hesitate to seek the guidance of a therapist or counselor who can provide tailored strategies and support. Now, let's turn our attention to our second crucial point, releasing pent-up anger safely. While forgiveness addresses the internal mental state, the emotion of fury itself, that intense surge of anger, also needs a healthy outlet to prevent it from causing further harm, either to ourselves or others. Think of Alex, a young architect who had poured countless hours into a major project, only for his boss to unfairly take all the credit and dismiss Alex's contributions in a crucial meeting. The injustice boiled within him, a potent mix of rage and frustration. His initial instinct was to confront his boss aggressively, perhaps even resign in a furious outburst. But Alex knew that wouldn't serve him in the long run. Instead, he channeled that intense energy. He went to a local gym, donned boxing gloves, and spent an hour pounding a heavy bag. Each punch was a release of the pent-up fury, each grunt a vocalization of his indignation. He didn't hurt anyone, he didn't damage property, but he physically externalized the overwhelming emotion. After the session, exhausted but strangely clear-headed, he found himself able to think rationally about his next steps, which involved calmly documenting his contributions and seeking a respectful, private conversation with his boss, rather than an impulsive, career-damaging confrontation. He used the fury as fuel for action, but only after it had been safely discharged. Psychologically, anger is a powerful energy that, if suppressed, can fester and lead to chronic stress, resentment, and even passive-aggressive behaviors. If unleashed destructively, it can damage relationships, career prospects, and even lead to legal repercussions. The key lies in differentiating between destructive venting and constructive release. True catharsis isn't just screaming or breaking things, it's about externalizing the emotion in a way that allows for eventual processing and understanding, rather than just perpetuating the cycle of rage. When we safely release anger, we prevent it from overwhelming our rational mind, allowing us to think more clearly and choose more effective responses to challenging situations. It's about emotional regulation, recognizing the surge, and consciously steering its expression into harmless, even productive, channels. This process helps us maintain control, not over the emotion itself, which is often an initial involuntary reaction, but over our response to it. So, what are some practical steps for safely releasing that pent-up fury? Physical activity is a prime method. Engage in vigorous exercise, a long run, a challenging hike, a session at the gym, or even dancing intensely to loud music. If you have a safe space, punching a pillow or screaming into one can provide a surprisingly effective, contained release. Creative expression is another wonderful avenue. Write angry poetry or prose, paint a powerful abstract piece, compose music. Chapter 22, The Turning Point. Welcome back, dear listener, to Chapter 22, The Turning Point. In the grand tapestry of any life, indeed, in any compelling story, there inevitably arrives a moment, a quiet whisper in the soul, where everything shifts. It's not always a dramatic crescendo, a thunderclap in the narrative sky. More often, it's a gentle dawn, a subtle reorientation, a moment of profound internal realization about the journey undertaken thus far. This is the essence of our turning point today, a recognition of where we've been, and how it has shaped us. Think about it for a moment. How often do we truly pause and allow ourselves that precious space to reflect? To really sit with our experiences, not just to analyze what went wrong or what still needs doing, but to simply acknowledge the path we've walked. It's in these quiet, often overlooked interludes, that the most significant transformations are recognized, understood, and embraced. For our protagonist, Montana, this chapter is precisely that, a deep, internal breath, a moment of profound clarity amidst the dust and decisions of her adventurous life. Our first key point in this transformative moment is to reflect on how far you have truly come. Consider Montana, perhaps standing on a new bluff overlooking a vast, unfamiliar valley, or simply sitting by a flickering campfire after a particularly challenging day. Her mind isn't buzzing with tomorrow's plans or yesterday's regrets. Instead, it drifts back, gently, to the very beginning. She might recall the girl who first set out, perhaps naive, certainly uncertain, armed with little more than raw determination and a flickering hope. She remembers the fears that once loomed like insurmountable mountains, the skills that felt utterly beyond her grasp, the moments of despair when turning back seemed the only sensible option. Yet, here she is, still standing, still moving forward. This act of looking back, of charting the distance traveled, is immensely powerful. Psychologically, it serves as a potent antidote to imposter syndrome, that nagging feeling that you're not good enough, that your successes are merely flukes. When you deliberately call to mind the starting line and compare it to your current standing, it becomes undeniable, you have evolved. This reflection builds self-efficacy, bolstering your belief in your own capacity to succeed. It transforms abstract progress into tangible evidence of your resilience and growth. It's a vital exercise in perspective, allowing you to see the true scale of your accomplishments, not just the next hurdle. Without this pause, we often feel perpetually stuck in the present struggle, blind to the triumphs of our past. So, how can you apply this in your own life? Take a moment, perhaps this very moment, or set aside 5 minutes later today. Close your eyes. Cast your mind back to a specific challenge you faced a year ago, or 5 years ago, or even just last month. What felt impossible then? What anxieties plagued you? Now, open your eyes and look at where you are. What have you learned? What obstacles did you overcome? What skills did you develop? Perhaps you could jot down a few bullet points in a journal, or simply hold these insights in your mind. Revisit old emails or photos that capture a past version of yourself. You might be astounded by the journey you've navigated. This naturally leads us to our second crucial point: acknowledging your personal growth. This isn't just about what you've done or achieved, but who you have become. For Montana, this might manifest as a profound internal shift. Perhaps she now approaches conflict with a calm resolve that was once foreign to her, or she extends compassion to someone she would have previously judged harshly. She might notice that her patience has deepened, her understanding of human nature has broadened, or her sense of self-worth has solidified, no longer contingent on external validation. It's the difference between merely surviving experiences and genuinely learning and integrating their lessons into the very fabric of her being. She isn't just a survivor, she is a transformed individual. Psychologically, acknowledging this internal growth is fundamental to maintaining a healthy sense of self and fostering a true growth mindset. It reinforces the idea that you are not static, that you possess an inherent capacity for development and improvement. This recognition prevents stagnation and burnout. When you consciously identify the new strengths, perspectives, and emotional intelligence you've cultivated, you empower yourself for future challenges. You build a robust inner framework, understanding that every difficulty has refined you, every step forward has added a layer of wisdom. It's about celebrating the process of becoming, not just the arrival at a destination. It's an act of deep self-respect and self-love. To make this practical for your own life, consider specific qualities you possess today that you didn't have before. Are you more resilient? More empathetic? A better communicator? Do you handle stress differently? Perhaps you've developed a newfound sense of humor about life's absurdities. Think about how you've responded to recent challenges. How would the you from a year ago have reacted? What's different now? Share these insights with a trusted friend or mentor. Sometimes, an outside perspective can illuminate changes we've become too accustomed to notice within ourselves. Alternatively, write a letter to your past self, detailing all the wonderful ways you've grown and what you've learned. What advice would you give that past version of yourself, knowing all that you know now? So, in summary, Chapter 22, The Turning Point, isn't marked by a grand event, but by a powerful, quiet moment of realization. It's an invitation to step back, to reflect on the distance you've covered, and to consciously acknowledge the profound personal growth that has occurred along the way. This isn't just introspection for introspection's sake, it is a vital practice for solidifying your identity, reinforcing your resilience, and building a foundation of self-awareness that will serve you immeasurably in the chapters yet to unfold. By truly seeing how far she has come and who she has become, Montana gains a renewed sense of purpose and strength, preparing her for the uncharted T. Chapter 23, Reclaiming the Name. Welcome back, dear listener, to Chapter 23, Reclaiming the Name. This particular chapter delves into a profound and transformative journey, one that resonates deeply within each of us, the act of owning your identity proudly. It's about stepping into the fullness of who you are, unburdened by past expectations or limiting labels. For our protagonist, Montana, this signifies a pivotal moment, a conscious decision to define herself, not by the echoes of her past, nor by the perceptions of others, but by the undeniable truth of her spirit. It's a declaration that she is, and always will be, that girl Montana, but on her own terms, infused with strength, resilience, and an unwavering sense of self-worth. The core concept here, owning your identity proudly, is far more than just a catchy phrase, it is the very bedrock of a fulfilling and authentic life. Haven't we all, at some point, felt the weight of external definitions? Perhaps a family nickname that no longer fits, or a past mistake that shadowed our future potential. To truly own your identity proudly means to embrace every facet of your being, your triumphs, your struggles, your quirks, your passions, and present them to the world with quiet confidence. It means standing tall in your truth, recognizing that your unique tapestry is your greatest asset. When you proudly own who you are, you radiate an inner light that not only illuminates your path but also inspires those around you. It's an act of self-love, a commitment to living authentically, and a powerful statement that you are the sole author of your life's narrative. Let's unpack this crucial concept further through two fundamental key points. The first is, define yourself on your own terms. This isn't just about refusing external labels, it's about actively constructing your internal blueprint of who you are. It's about taking the pen and writing the definition of you in your own words, with your own experiences, your own values, and your own aspirations. Consider, for a moment, the story of Maya. Maya grew up in a small town, always labeled the quiet, academic one. Her family and teachers projected a future of predictable, stable careers onto her. While she excelled academically, a part of her yearned for something more expressive, more vibrant. After graduating, instead of pursuing the law degree everyone expected, Maya took a leap of faith. She moved to a bustling city, enrolled in a photography course, and started experimenting with street art. For years, she struggled with the internal conflict of disappointing expectations versus following her heart. But eventually, she made a conscious decision: she would define herself not as the quiet academic, but as Maya, the artist and storyteller. She started showcasing her work, sharing her perspective through her lens and her murals. This wasn't a rejection of her past intelligence, but an integration and an expansion of her identity. She reclaimed her narrative, not letting her early labels restrict her boundless potential. She became a successful, acclaimed artist, proving that the deepest truths about ourselves often emerge when we dare to redefine them. Psychologically, defining yourself on your own terms is profoundly important because it fosters what psychologists call self-concordance. When your actions and self-perception align with your deeply held values and authentic desires, you experience greater well-being, motivation, and resilience. It reduces the debilitating effects of cognitive dissonance, that uncomfortable mental tension caused by holding conflicting beliefs or behaving in ways that contradict your values. By taking charge of your definition, you build a robust internal compass. This compass guides your decisions, helps you set boundaries, and empowers you to navigate external pressures without losing sight of who you are. It's a shield against the need for external validation, allowing your self-esteem to flourish from within. This self-definition is not static, it's an ongoing, dynamic process of growth and self-disc. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? Begin with an introspective exercise. Find a quiet moment, grab a journal, and ask yourself, who am I, truly? Not who others say I am, or who I used to be, but who am I right now, and who do I aspire to become? Write down your core values, your passions, your strengths, and even the parts of yourself you're still working on. Then, create a personal mission statement or a set of affirmations that reflect this self-chosen definition. Repeat them daily. Actively seek out experiences and relationships that align with this definition, and consciously distance yourself from those that try to impose definitions that no longer serve you. Remember, every choice you make, every word you speak, is an opportunity to reinforce this powerful, self-defined identity. This leads us directly to our second key point: speak your truth confidently. Defining yourself on your own terms is an internal act, speaking your truth confidently is its external manifestation. It's about giving voice to that internal definition, articulating your boundaries, your beliefs, and your experiences without apology or hesitation. It's not about being aggressive or confrontational, but about being clear, assertive, and respectful of your own inherent worth. Let's consider another example, the story of Sarah. Sarah worked in a male-dominated industry where her ideas were often overlooked or attributed to her male colleagues. For years, she struggled with feelings of invisibility and frustration. She felt her voice didn't matter, and she found herself shrinking in meetings. But after much self-reflection and coaching, Sarah decided to reclaim her voice. The next time a colleague presented one of her ideas as his own, instead of seething silently, she calmly and confidently interjected. "Thank you for highlighting that point, John," she said, making eye contact with her boss. "I'm glad my proposal from last week has resonated so well with the team." It was a simple, direct statement, delivered with an unwavering gaze. This wasn't an attack, it was a firm reclaiming of her intellectual property and her presence. Over time, as Sarah consistently spoke up, advocating for her work and her perspective, she gained the respect of her peers and leadership. Her truth, once suppressed, became a powerful catalyst for her career advancement and a source of inspiration for other women in the company. From a psychological perspective, speaking your truth confidently is an immense act of self-empowerment. It reinforces your internal sense of agency and control over your own life. When you consistently suppress your truth, you create internal conflict, which can manifest as anxiety, resentment, and even physical stress. Conversely, when you express your authentic self, you experience a sense of congruence and relief. This act of speaking up establishes healthy boundaries in your relationships, teaching others how to treat you and demonstrating your self-respect. It builds trust and fosters genuine connections because people know where they stand with you. Confident self-expression also boosts your self-efficacy, your belief in your ability to succeed in specific situations or accomplish a task. Each time you speak your truth, you reaffirm to yourself that your voice matters, your perspective is valuable, and you are worthy of being heard. So, how do you cultivate this confident voice? Start small. Practice expressing your preferences in everyday situations, like choosing a restaurant or stating your opinion on a movie. Focus on using I statements: I feel, I believe, I need. This takes ownership of your feelings and avoids blame. Before a potentially challenging conversation, take a few deep breaths, ground yourself, and mentally rehearse what you want to say. Seek out supportive environments, friends, mentors, or groups, where your voice is encouraged and valued. And remember, confidence isn't the absence of fear, it's the willingness to act despite it. Each small step you take in speaking your truth builds. Chapter 24, The Dawn of Promise. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 24, The Dawn of Promise. As we turn this page together, we find ourselves standing at a pivotal threshold, a moment where the shadows of past challenges begin to recede, giving way to the soft, illuminating glow of a brand new day. It's a moment pregnant with potential, a feeling of gentle awakening after a long, perhaps arduous, night. This chapter, much like a beautiful sunrise, is dedicated to the profound, transformative power of looking forward to the future with an open heart and an unshakable sense of hope. Think about the feeling of expectation, that quiet stir within your spirit when you know something good is on the horizon. It's not merely wishful thinking, but a deep-seated belief, an inner knowing that even after the darkest storms, the sun will inevitably rise again. This is the essence of hope we explore today, a proactive, empowering force that doesn't passively wait for things to improve, but actively participates in shaping a brighter tomorrow. After all the trials, the introspection, the learning, and growth we've experienced, isn't it exhilarating to finally stand at the precipice of possibility, gazing out at the vast, shimmering expanse of what could be? This isn't just about wishing for a better future, it's about actively envisioning it, believing in its attainability, and taking deliberate steps to build it, brick by hopeful brick. It's about understanding that every ending is merely a new beginning in disguise, and that within every challenge lies a seed of opportunity, waiting to blossom. The dawn of promise isn't just an external event, it's an internal shift, a conscious decision to choose light over darkness, possibility over despair, and faith over fear. It invites us to open our arms wide and embrace the boundless potential that each new day truly holds. To truly embrace this dawn of promise, we need actionable strategies, not just lofty ideals. And so, we will focus on two fundamental pillars that empower us to construct this hopeful future. First, the indispensable act of setting new, meaningful goals, and second, the profound, life-altering practice of embracing genuine, resilient optimism. Both are interconnected, acting as synergistic forces that propel us forward, transforming vague aspirations into tangible realities. They are the twin engines that drive our journey from uncertainty to clarity, from stagnancy to vibrant progress. Let's delve deeper into our first key point, setting new goals. Have you ever felt adrift, lacking direction, perhaps after a significant life change or a period of intense struggle? It's a common human experience. Goals, you see, are far more than just aspirations, they are navigational beacons in the often turbulent sea of life. They provide purpose, structure, and a clear destination, transforming abstract desires into concrete, actionable steps. Without goals, our energy can dissipate, our focus can wander, and our intrinsic motivation can wane, leaving us susceptible to feelings of helplessness or ennui. When we consciously choose to set new goals, we are, in essence, drawing a map for our future selves, a blueprint for the life we wish to cultivate. This act itself is inherently hopeful, a declaration of intent that we believe in our capacity to achieve, to grow, and to contribute. It's about acknowledging where you are, envisioning where you want to be, and committing to bridging that gap with deliberate action. It offers a fresh slate, a renewed sense of purpose that can galvanize us out of stagnation and imbue our daily lives with invigorating meaning. Let me share a story to illustrate this. Imagine Sarah, a woman who had dedicated over 20 years of her life to a demanding corporate career, only to find herself unexpectedly downsized in her late 40s. The initial shock gave way to a profound sense of loss and disorientation. Who was she, if not her job title? What was her purpose now? For months, she drifted, consumed by self-doubt and the lingering sting of rejection. She spent her days mindlessly scrolling through job boards, feeling increasingly invisible. One evening, staring out at the darkening city skyline, she had a moment of clarity. This wasn't just an end, it was an opportunity, albeit a painful one, to redefine her narrative. She recalled a long-dormant passion for sustainable gardening, a hobby she'd always relegated to future someday plans. She decided to set a new, audacious goal, to become a certified permaculture designer and launch a small consulting business focused on urban green spaces, all within the next 18 months. This wasn't about replacing her old income overnight, it was about reclaiming her sense of agency and investing in a future that truly resonated with her values. She started small, enrolling in an online introductory course, then attending local workshops, networking with environmental groups. Each completed module, each new connection, was a small victory, slowly but surely replacing the emptiness with a burgeoning sense of purpose and accomplishment. The fear didn't vanish entirely, but it was steadily dwarfed by the excitement of building something new, something intrinsically hers. Sarah's story reminds us that sometimes, the most unexpected detours can lead to the most fulfilling destinations, provided we have the courage to chart a new course. Psychologically speaking, the act of setting goals is incredibly powerful. It taps into our brain's reward system, particularly the dopamine pathways associated with motivation and pleasure. Even the anticipation of achieving a goal, the mental visualization of success, can trigger a release of dopamine, providing a burst of energy and focus. This creates a positive feedback loop. We set a goal, feel motivated, take action, make progress, and the small successes reinforce our belief in ourselves, fueling further effort. Goals provide a crucial sense of agency and control over our lives, which is a fundamental human need. When we feel in control, even of small aspects, it significantly reduces feelings of helplessness and anxiety. Furthermore, well-defined goals provide structure and meaning, helping us organize our time and energy effectively. They transform vague desires into concrete action plans, making abstract dreams feel attainable. This process significantly contributes to building self-efficacy, our belief in our own capabilities to succeed in specific situations. High self-efficacy is a cornerstone of psychological well-being, fostering resilience, perseverance, and a proactive approach to challenges. Conversely, a lack of clear goals can lead to aimlessness, procrastination, and a pervasive feeling of being stuck, which can negatively impact mood and overall life satisfaction. So, how can you practically apply this powerful principle in your own life? First, take some time for honest introspection. What truly matters to you now, in this new season of your life? What values do you wish to embody? What experiences do you crave? Second, allow yourself to brainstorm without judgment. What would bring you genuine joy, intellectual growth, a sense of meaning, or contribute positively to the world around you. Don't censor any ideas, however grand or small. Third, filter and select. From your brainstormed list, choose 1 to 3 significant goals that genuinely excite you and feel achievable within a realistic time frame. Fourth, make them SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. For example, instead of "I want to be healthier," aim for "I will walk 30 minutes, 5 days a week, and incorporate 3 plant-based meals into my diet for the next th." Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.